Hey, Merry Christmas, Wild, aka Nature. Thanks for stopping in. Yo. What it do, people? What it be doing? Happy Friday. I am here, and we have work to do. Got him. What's up, Nugget? Got him, Mork. What the hell? Guys, I did a thing. I did something absolutely insane. Insane! I completely reworked the background, and we're going to be working on it today. And it's in progress. It's a big old experimentation. Let me show you what the game looks like right now. It looks completely different. And it's in transition, so it's unpolished. And we're going to be polishing the background, but we made a big evolution to the game because I wanted to experiment with kind of a different coloring. And so, yeah, the background looks kind of like a little bit plain right now. There's no details because I was kind of blocking and creating general. We're going to be basically rendering out details in the background. That's one of the big things we're going to be doing today. But one of the big things that I did was I made the tree itself much bigger, and it was solving a problem that I was having. So there's two things that I wanted to do. I wanted to change the type of tree that I was using, first of all. And so that kind of led me down a rabbit hole. And so I kind of went for a more traditional redwood forest vibe. And I ended up making the tree much bigger. So it's going to be this big old tree now. It's going to be big redwood. And currently this is not the real branches that I'm going to use. That's going to change. But it gave me this opportunity to use a lot more vertical space. And so I spaced out the nodes a lot more. So it's going to help when it comes to actually creating additional upgrades for the Arcana, like the saw. Like there's a bunch of stuff still wrong with this new things, like the tooltips and stuff are like bleeding off the edge and stuff. There's a lot of stuff that still needs to be fixed. But it's going to allow for me to make bigger and bigger upgrades, because that was my main shtick for like the upgrade visually, to show that you had upgraded an item, it gets bigger and more aggressive looking. And so this allows me more space to make additional upgrades. And I think overall it's more interesting to have a lot more space. And you can kind of generally see like how these characters, I think they work on this new color scheme. And I'm just going to continue exploring this color scheme, see how far I can take it. And right now it is a transition, so it's going to be a little bit like underwhelming until I get those details in, but you can kind of get the essence a little bit. But I think this is a lot more beneficial to the game because of the fact that there's a lot more vertical space, more space for upgrades. So namely, let's start it over here. So like if I did all saws, and they're all going to be floating in the air right now because they're all messed up. But like say we just did like all saws. So now you can see they're a lot more spaced out, so I can go and upgrade them. And each time I upgrade them, they get a little bigger, right? And so right now I'm going to rank 3, and that's where I've capped it. But I want to push things to rank 6. So you can imagine how much bigger I can make things now because of the new spacing. And along with it, we're doing the new color scheme. So it's a little bit more, I don't know, it just reminds me kind of like of Willows, more like fantasy, kind of dark fantasy. And I don't know, it hits better for me. And of course we couldn't change Blinky. Blinky's always going to be there. We're always going to have Blinky the tree, but everything else kind of changed. I pushed the waterfall just to the corner. I felt like there wasn't enough space. It just felt like a little cramped. And that was actually my original intent, was to keep everything kind of compact and feeling cozy. But I realized that it's not the like closeness of things and the compactness of things that makes forests feel cozy to me. It's the forest itself. In fact, I think the most humbling and relaxing thing about a forest is when you see trees that are just like massive, and you are just more, scale is more obvious. And I just thought that was more important. And I think that ultimately is going to create more of a cozy vibe. And the dark fantasy vibe, I think, is just better. So we're going to be doing a lot of background detailing. So it's going to be very chill, Bob Rossin. Big spikes. Yes. Yeah, the spikes, for instance. That's one of the things I want to start with today, is changing the coloring for the arcanas, because right now they're still colored on the old bark. So you can kind of see, like here's like the biggest that the spikes get right now, but there's still room for it to get bigger. Oh, and we got the cards coming in. I don't have the selection for the cards yet. We still need to finish out the rest of the deck builder system. And I think I might shut it down so that it stops interrupting. Because right now, since you can't actually make a selection, it just like completely freezes the game right now. So I think we're gonna just real quick here turn that off. So yeah, it's a revamp, okay? And I didn't expect to be doing this. It just called out to me. And that's actually this week. I didn't stream on Wednesday because I just felt this like rumbling in my soul about something. And I just was chasing that feeling, and I couldn't stream because it was just like I couldn't be vulnerable with that creativity. I needed to like really just kind of sit on it. And this is what I ended up doing, is reworking the level. And I think it's a good move. It feels better, and we'll know more once I actually detail things. But what's up? What's up, Shader? What's up, Lazy? Looks cool. Thanks, man. Scene looks kick-ass. Thanks, man. So yeah, I mean, we're going to be just going through and detailing the different layers and making it more substantial, because right now it's just blocked out. It's simple and it needs detail, but the essence is there. And right now I'm going to turn off the deck builder stuff, just like that, so it doesn't interrupt as I'm kind of revamping things. So we got to change the barricade. We got to change we probably have to change the piranha plant. We're going to be jumping around a lot to kind of bring everything up to snuff. Thornblade probably has to change. Thornblade shield has to change. So spike shots, as well as the projectile. And we might need to change piranha plant. I kind of wanted to desaturate piranha plant a little bit. And let's just open these. So first thing I'm going to do is edit the coloring on Spike Shot. And so we got to just match it so that Spike Shot matches the same coloring as the tree right now, which I went more red on the ground, dirt on the ground, and the trees themselves are more green, more yellowish, and they're kind of dark. They're kind of it's a little bit more kind of that misty vibe, which is going to make a lot more sense when all the detailing's in. But it's kind of that like bright in the background mist, and then we got like the nice details coming through, so it feels more like wet, but like that misty cozy. And I made the water a little bit more glowy, and so let's change the coloring on the spike shot. And I'm just gonna leave this in the corner doing its thing while we're working on this. So let's see. Now let's put the tree on the side here. We do need to change the barricade coloring, but we're gonna start with the spike shot. Is this the current spike shot? So yeah, there's going to be a lot of jumping around today as I kind of like bring things, adapt things to what they are now. Because of the new node spacing, the Thornblade animations are kind of messed up, and also the steel tooth saw, everything's messed up basically. Just everything's messed up. everything needs to change. All right, so let's figure this out. That's probably the glowy. It's the glowy part. And then here, is this just it's the glow. Okay, so we're just gonna do a color replace here, and I'm just gonna make the change. So it's definitely just like muddier, darker tones. I mean, initially I wanted kind of like a bright sort of approach. I wanted a brighter red in the bark kind of a vibe, and I'll be honest, it's a little bit like blasphemous style inspiration today. I just want dark fantasy. I want things to be a little bit more depressing, intentionally, just darker, because I just think it makes things a little bit more interesting. And fuck, I think I need to go for that darker line maybe. Hold on, I think this actually, we need to make this color change first to the darkest. That dark, okay, so that'll look like it should be okay. Because one of my inspirations was like Mei Fumato. Unfortunately, that game, I looked it up to see how it was doing, and they have not done very well. Ever since they're like, ever since they basically were released, they haven't really recovered from their initial like bad reviews, because they spent 2 years on the game, and they didn't have any money. That they were supposed to get like 50K from their like fund, their GoFund or whatever, crowdsourcing, and they ended up not being able to get the money for whatever reason. And they took 2 years and they just released what they had. And it was nothing close to what they had promised. And so people were pissed because the game, it just felt like there wasn't a lot of content. And it's one of those things where it's like, well, if the developer doesn't care, why should the player? And it's sad because they had gotten like over like, 9,000 wish list or whatever. Like maybe it was even more than that. They had done really well in terms of marketing. They had really captured people's imagination when it came to how it looked and the vibe. And they just weren't able to follow through on the vision. And it really just came down to the functionality. And that's what's sad about it, because the art was so good and generally the playability seemed decent, but the content was severely lacking. It just didn't feel done. But I brought it up because they have this one scene in their trailer of this beautiful forest. And generally they have the vibe throughout, like all their backgrounds are really good, but they have this one like forest that they didn't actually end up putting in the game. They left it out because, they like really overpromised, underdelivered. And that is definitely an inspiration for me and a little bit blasphemous. But I'm still kind of doing my own thing a little bit. I think what I'm mainly taking from those two titles is the saturation levels, because I think a lot of popular games, they tend not to be like overly saturated unless that's their shtick. And I think my thing is definitely more I think the dark fantasy would serve better. All right, let's see how this looks. What is that? Let's pause that actually. Let's go big. So definitely looks better. We should, honestly, I want to revisit the trail, the projectile trail right now, because it's been bugging me. I came up with like a particle looking thing, and I think I could do something more interesting. But yeah, that's definitely the proper like color right there for the spikes. And you can imagine that it can get like we have some space that we can make even bigger spikes. So it's like, can get even bigger, kind of crazy. That looks kind of crazy. I was considering pushing. Okay, there's an issue here. This dark line is a little bit not looking good. So I'm going to dial it down. Just gonna chill this line out. So yeah, this change, it comes with like, there's a lot of baggage that comes with making this change. And so today it's going to be playing catch up, trying to bring that together with all these, with the evolution of things. When am I making a custom cursor? I've definitely thought about it, and I put in the basic coding for at least when the change would occur, because I've certainly thought about it. Definitely inspired by Baldur's Gate 2 for that, where you have like a little, like, you know, glove, like armor glove. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if it should be like a little like grimoire or a little like armored hand, same as Baldur's Gate, or like do like a little stick hand, like a ent hand or something. I don't know. Let's try that. Blends in so much better. Thank you, thank you. Let's just see how this this fits. It's a bit better. All right, so next up, I just want to take a brief look at the projectile trail before we move on, because it's something I've been wanting to change. So we might have to get creative for a second and come up with a new trail. Let's see, where are you? Where did I save it? Did I even like save it? I was thinking with the Thornblade of actually making making it metal. I don't know if I saved it. I must have, though. Seems pretty irresponsible of me if I did not. Oh, here it is. I guess I saved it as Piranha Plant Projectile Cloud. Oh, right, because I didn't make it for the projectile, or for the spike shot first. I made it for the for Piranha's Plant. See, this trail sucks. It just looks like, it was like, I did it really fast as a placeholder. And I'm sick of it. I want to see something more interesting now. And it shouldn't take much time to do something. But I'm not sure what to do. So let me see if I can't get some inspiration from like Pinterest or something real quick. Ready-do. Just want to see if I could find like a... Maybe I should just watch like what they're doing in Marvel Rivals or something. I'm looking at particle trail systems here. So I'm not actually creating a shader or particle system. I'm just adding a sprite and I'm kind of faking it. Oh yes, the custom cursors. Yeah. I'll create something, and that was definitely on the docket. But that's like a nice to have, like down the road. It's not I don't think it's crucial for like the demo per se, but definitely for the like the full game for sure. So for these like I mean, obviously I was thinking of something crumbly, but I don't want something that's so deliberately crumbly. I'm like maybe thinking smoke trail. So I don't know if I want to do something. So like right now I have it, it does kind of like expand like that. Let me see. If I just changed it. See if it was like something like the problem with this already that I'm like not sure what I'm gonna do about is the well, when the bullet is shot at like an angle. So I might have to do something more programmatically, or at least maybe rotate this. Yeah, it is from Kingdom Hearts, yeah. Definitely do more for like coloring it, but let's just see how it looks. Need to add some frames. And then can also trim it. Visney on YouTube, what's going on, man? Sorry for the delayed response there. I'm in kind of focus mode. You guys know how it is. We got a lot to do. All right, where is the trail? Gotta go to 8. To add, I think I might need to, might even need to beef up the trajectory. Let's just see how it reacts to the different size. So, low projectile from who gives this function? Is it the projectile? The arcana? So, oh, here we are. Okay. Maybe try it on the odds. Let's beef it up a little bit here. All right. Does not look like it's pointed in the right direction. So my first approach is just going to be like stacking in the max amount of these particle pixels and see if I can at least make it look consistent, as in like a trail that's fully connected. And if not, I think I may need to add more points on the trajectory. I also need to reverse it because let's see. How is it? The other choice is just to widen it. So if I was going to add more to the trajectory, what would I do? Well, I could extend the duration on the computation, but then when it actually came to the move function, I'm actually not enforcing. I wouldn't want to make it any wider because when it goes at an angle, I don't want it to be like too weird. And it looks like the stopwatch isn't being set. This is extending. And that's strictly for the sprite sheet, which currently is not doing anything. But I believe there's a secondary stopwatch on the A sprites. So if we use the DSW, which is meant as a delay, See if I double the duration. See if I get more points on the trajectory. Which would mean I'd have to like alternatively time it to like run the animation twice as fast. Because the animation is assuming that it's running at like 60 frames, like the current FPS, whatever it is. All right, let's see what we got. I also got to look into flipping it. It's on the right side. Definitely looks a bit better. And the flipping. If do I have side? I do have side. Here, let's do that actually. Did I not do render flip? Projectile. Trail, let's see. Can add inside. Let's see. Trail. Constant side. Should be good to go. What are you angry about? Must be the pivot, maybe? All right, so we add this side for the flip, and let's see what else. I added in the timer so that the move is only going, it's going to be slowed down slightly. I mean, sped up. What is it? Sped up? Fuck. It's actually going to be showing less of the frames. The way that's built, this actually would be slower. I have to rethink this timer thing. Well, let's just take a look. So I need to line it a little bit better. And we need to put a few more in there. So let's see, trail, instead of -5, we'll say -2. Let's just say -1. Oh, I guess we want -2 because it's 0 index. What's up, Neon? Welcome in. So projectile trail. It's another one of my random daytime streams. People are like used to like me streaming at the middle of the night. My sleep schedule is kind of backwards right now, so kind of just popping up at random times. What's up, Low Key? Welcome in. New setup, I like it. Yeah, I'm working on a new background vibe, and currently I'm trying to improve the projectile trail, and it looks like the XY of the projectile is a little bit misaligned. It's a simple enough projectile. Or just a new light. Oh, you're talking about the on the camera. Yeah. I was talking about the level. I'm actually reworking the level background on the game. So there's a lot of stuff that's in transition right now. But yeah, try to get a little festive here. Put up a light. Both are new, yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, you guys can't see my VS Code. What the hell? My bad. I wonder you guys have been like, what the hell is he even doing? I thought you guys were seeing my VS Code. Ah, all right. I've been coding this whole time, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have 5K points and you don't know what to do with them? Whatever you want. Should put more, do like some adjustments to the channel point stuff. But there's no time. So when it comes down to the draw function for this, then maybe that's... I must slow the bullet down even more. And I'm going to want to take away the this stopwatch because it's not helping anything. Okay, so where are we? We slowed down this. We got rid of the stopwatch. I want to reposition. Maybe it's just this positioning is not the best. So what do I do? We get on the X and Y. The destination there, and then here on the Y I say Y, but I'm not factoring in the size of the bullet. So that's being so let's say Y plus half of the size of the projectile, and we will cast this into an integer, and then that should handle better. So I slowed it down so it's 3 times the duration, so it'll go really slow, but this way we can just really see if it's aligned correctly. And if it is, then I'm just going to go back to 2 times the duration. Or I could like alternatively, there's not really anything I can do about. It's like I want to slow it down so we see more of the trail. I'd have to like make its own timer. Well, I guess I'll bring back the timer just for this test. Does look like we could have gone -3 on that, so I'm going to rebuild. It's a process. It's a process. I hope you guys are having a good break for Christmas time. I know it's Friday, so must be getting off work at least by now. Sometime today. Well, that alignment is a lot better. So when it's shot to the left, it's behind, and then when it's shot forward, it's on top of the bullet. So when it is to the right, it needs to be minus. So if side is 2, then the we have to do this based off of the trail. So we have to do this on this end. Okay, let's see. What is... Seven, 6. Oh, interesting. So I gotta make it like square. And then we gotta make it fully... Need to adapt here. X is less than target, side 1, shooting direction. Let's think about this. So it's side 2. Side left. X is less than X. Because it doesn't really matter what side, because if it is X, shooting direction. So then all right, so we pass on shooting direction, and here, when we're loading the trail, let me change this to shooting direction, shooting direction. Shooting direction. Okay. I'm trying to get this to be more centered. So that's 6, 6, 4, 5. Did I get this right? I could add one more. So that part, the bullet looks buried, so when it goes to the right, I think I need to put the same rotation that I put on the bullet, because that would resolve the other issue when it goes vertical at an angle. So otherwise, when it is shooting direction to why does it seem like this needs to be doubled? I don't fully get that. So, is there rotational data here? The trajectory, I believe there should be. X and Y. Where's the rotation data? I think, did I do in the, I guess I factor it here. Okay. So we could apply that. We can pass that on, but then it'll look funky, but it might end up looking the best despite its funkiness. Alternatively, I could make a more square ratio so that when it shoots up at an angle, it'll like be solid, but it'll still kind of work. There's a rotation. It's a float. Put its rotation point in the center. Right, so tried to resolve two issues. One, when it's shooting from left to right, hopefully the trail's now behind the bullet. And then also when we shoot it up at the dragon and the bullet is at an angle, that, oops, sorry, the trail it'll rotate to match the trajectory of the bullet, which might totally like put it in a very strange position. It's also going to kind of mess up the trail because once it's angled, it's going to start to like render it randomly, make it look kind of weird. So I might end up not wanting to do it this way, but it would be the ideal situation if it looked okay. Okay, so first things first. The normal shot. Well, looks like the trail, the rotation's completely for whatever reason spun it off into oblivion. So let me see, where the hell did it go? I added a pivot point to the center of it. And did I do the same thing for the bullet? Let me see. Did I modify the pivot? Let me load a projectile. Okay, we gave it the same 0x, but then a center on the Y. Oh, you know what? Okay. It is relative to itself. And so by giving it, we want to say actually 0 on the X, and then on the Y, we're just going to do half of the height, not the actual X position. So that was, I was putting the pivot like wildly off of where it needed to be. Okay, so that's the other alternative here. I'm thinking is that like this part, this trail needs to be square, because right now it's like it's pretty rectangular. And if I make it square, I'd have to make it like expand perfectly in every direction. And that way it could like present itself at any angle. And then I wouldn't have to rotate it. So right now this is like with kind of the rectangular shape, putting it at an angle. It could probably do with some distortion and would still look okay when it's rotated. It might be okay. It might be the way to go. So we're going to test that right now, see how that feels. But if I do it the other way, it'll be like solid for sure. So, all right, let's see. What do we got? So we got a first test. Is the trail even showing up? And is it working from left to right? That's the first thing we wanted to check. It's, the trail is like on top of the bullet. That's a problem. And let's see, yeah, so now it's, the rotations definitely made things strange. So I think that maybe I do want to actually have it oriented towards the center X for the rotation. What about when you shoot up, dude? So it looks good on the angle. It looks fine. So let's try to get it to orient a little better. I'm going to start by bringing the X position back. So half of the X, half of the Y. And I am rounding it. Points. Relief points are integers. Oh, but I could do an STLF point. Can pivots be? Is there a pivot value? Oh, it's just a point. So let's see, on an SDL render copy, So the angle is a double, and the point, it's just a point. Okay, so it is an integer right now. I think in SDL3 it'll switch to fraction, but we're not dealing with SDL3 currently, but we will at some point. Oh, we. Yeah, there's going to be like a lot of time that I'm going to have to pour into rendering the background elements now that I've changed the background around. The blocking's pretty solid. There's like some minor changes I saw I wanted to make, but ultimately we just got to go through and just paint little nature details. But I'm going to go through and finish colorizing the arcanist to fit the new narrative here, the visual narrative. All right, let's see what we got. Looks like it's just a little bit behind, so it needs to be, it's that subtraction. So that one's way off. So I feel like the reverse, the minus on the width needs to happen on the 1. And I made it the double the size. I feel like that was wrong. So we're going to do it on the 1. And we'll just do it once. Let's try that out. Oh, this will be a reverse shot. All right, so that does need at least a 1. And then you. That looks good. So I guess it does still need the double. That's weird. Why is it like that? Times 2 on the subtract that. I'm just going to add like a few more particles to it. Why is that? All right, so the forward one needs... Do they both need that? Maybe it's just... one... I also got to test it at the angle too. I mean, I'll switched around, but I'm just trying to add an extra particle here. All right, so I'm thinking about this all wrong. I guess the side really does make a difference. What's up, Karani? Welcome in, welcome in. This is actually going to be springtime. I'm just reworking it, and it's currently, I've just blocked it. There's no details in it yet for the background. I'm going for like a different color scheme a little bit. I wanted more dark fantasy. And I also mainly just wanted to increase the size of the tree so that I could fit more, have room for more upgrades for the Arcanas. And it just kind of brought me down this rabbit hole. So yeah, I'm experimenting with a new look for the level here. That's just in transition here. Right now I'm working on the trail of the projectile, and the only thing that looks good is the forward one on the right side. So when I'm shooting direction 2 for a 2 side. So this one, that one's off. So the side does matter. Oof. So that is obviously, that trail's like way off. So I need to really think about how this is getting added. Okay. Okay, let's try. See what's up. Well, that would be still valid. So I guess I'm going to pass in the side and then have to make the decision based on that. Well, now that it's rotating though, you might not need to worry about the side or do any of this math for repositioning or the flip. Now for the Y, say flip none. Yeah, because the rotation, if we base it off of how the bullet is oriented, its pivot point is set to the 0 X and middle Y. It's not flipped ever, and we don't modify its position. So that's, I think, what is causing the variance and the issue. So let's just see where it's at without any of that. We have to start thinking about the next thing we'll be working on. So I think it's probably so it's still a little bit off, but let's hope that that's consistent. So far, that's consistent. So we need a dragon. Yeah, so that's good. So then I want to put it a little behind. What's up, nature? Thanks for the hydrate. Okay, so don't need to include that on the snap. Just these layers should be good. Up to the stem. Keep those kidneys working properly. Aye, aye, Captain. What's up, Cave? All right, the only way this is gonna work. It's just a full-on overall haul. So that was a negative 35, right? Or negative 30. Shit. It was just 30. All right. Flareon? Did I hear? No, I have not heard of such things. I don't know what madness you speak of. It's more desaturated. Let's see how he fares in the game. Point Crow 1 Kaizo Iron Man with a Flareon. Oh. I don't know what any of that means. have heard of Iron Man. We're going to speed up these projectiles, but I'm still testing the positioning. Now today's a pretty chill stream. I'm not usually on at this time. People don't expect me. They don't know when I'm streaming. My schedule's all over the place, guys. I'm sorry. I was just like, it's either I'm gonna be at a random time today, or I'm just not gonna be anywhere. So I just decided to go with it. I think kind of want to boost it just a tiny bit back up. It's a little too dull. So let's give you a 5-point bump. All right, so next step, I want to position. That's fine. I want to do a improved positioning for the projectile here. So we want to apply some sort of adjustment to the width. Let's see if I just put like a generic subtraction of just the width straight up. We know we don't need to flip it, so I'm going to get rid of that. We're going to back out of these two. We do need the pivot point. So let's test that. And we will speed it up in a second here. I have to create an animation version of this for the spike shot. The multitasking continues. Oh, so it's like we need to add width. So when we start messing with that width, that things start to get weird. So thinking well, I definitely want to so we've got the trail, which is rotating around the X, the middle X. Is it the back Y? The furthest Y? Just the middle, it's plus. Maybe the trajectory needs to be subtract from the bullet. That's the problem. The bullet. If I assess the shooting direction, well, let's just try to stash a midpoint on the X. See if that looks feasible. Maybe that'll just resolve it. So I'm having trouble like envisioning exactly how to orient this thing around a rotating point. It's difficult to visualize. The midpoint would it be consistent? Seemed like the Y was, that's why I'm like going for it. But then here I'm saying from that Y position, which is the midpoint of the bullet, and then I'm subtracting the height. Which, wait, does that get weird on the upward shots? Just gotta test. I have a difficult time, like, visualizing the mathematics for this. So I just have to look at it. I also want to render the bullet on top. It does look like it might even be, that might have put it further behind. And we will speed up the bullet in the end, but it's got to get looking right first. Yeah, so using the center X, it's giving inconsistent positioning. So we got to give just the straight up X. Spray. Is it a front looping? Where's the projectiles? I stuff it in the front looping, so we got to put it ahead of that. Maybe with its original position, it'll be okay if there's that slight overlap. I could also put it one index behind. Maybe that'll help. So where's the move function? So here, let's take 2 on that. So I'm going to put it one index behind. And also, I think another change. I want to make its height 22. Let's build that. Then we got to make you canvas size 22. Looks like I rendered on the wrong frame here. Okay. All right, the positioning looks decent. I feel like the trail like looks static. Like I need to like do something to kind of modify positioning. Let's speed it up. Speed it back to position. So I was thinking 2. Why don't we just actually do like 1.5? So it's like a slight slowdown, but still hopefully has enough extra trajectory points that it is able to make the trail fully connected. Maybe I should also include that last piece of the index. I'm going to put it at normal speed. And we'll put in that last little bit. Well, see, now that I'm extending it, I should be able to well, I mean, not extending, but rotating. Now that I'm rotating it, think we can actually just add in that additional space that we're missing. You know, and that actually looks like it's backwards. Just easy enough to fix. Right, so if we extend it by like five, You've returned? What's up, negative? To judge. What do you mean? Well, I am revamping the background right now, so it's in a state of disarray. Oh shit. See, what have we got? You do pixel art like how I wish I could do pixel art. It's the only thing stopping me from making a 2D game. You just gotta show up. Gotta work your ass off. Oh, we got to do two things. We got to set the new size and we got to set the new frame. It's a little bit longer now, so it is 19 by 22. And then when we set the trail, it is now goes to 11. And while we wait, Well, I guess it does run a little long now. It's no longer giving you that overlap that we so desire. So what, do I make it even longer? Guess I'll try to make it longer. I don't know if I need to actually like change the code. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Let me load up some spec shots. Right now the shots are going crazy. Hydrates! I'll be right back. I have returned. No one can destroy my spike shot. It's too strong. I got some pizza. I got some pizzas. Oh, get cozy again. It's really crazy how far you've come along from this, the first of this. It really is like a dream coming alive. Oh yeah, little by little. It is getting ever so closer to awesomeness. And unfortunately, I will not relent until it is awesome. So, ergo, I can't be sure when this thing will officially be out, but I'm making steady progress, so what can I say? What's up, Meow? Hardest part about making a game like this is that 80% of the work you do will be long and tedious, and no one will notice if you did it, but they will notice and care if you don't. Being able to remap inputs. Yeah, true. The whole point of a game, like, if you just think about a game in general, like, you know, if you use banking software, you don't go to a banking software to relax. You go to, like, get reports and do your bookkeeping or check your accounts, and it serves that function well. But the whole point of gaming, it's entertainment. It's meant to, like, engage you in an interesting way. And so you have the burden of making everything interact, you know, like, where if you're focused on just a piece of software that is all about function, you can just kind of cut some of the bullshit. But for games, like, one of the things, for instance, like while you're playing the game, one thing I still need to figure out is, like, making it so that you can just kind of click around on the background and, like, stuff happens, you know, have, like, some sort of interaction, even if it's just like some particles, like, sludging off the end of the cursor, just something, so that no matter where you're clicking, something's just kind of doing, there's some sort of, like, something happening. And it doesn't have to be, like, infinite detail where, like, every little leaf has, like, some interaction, but games have that burden of, like, you have to make the whole thing just be engaging. What's up, Orlin? Pizza break. Yes, I'll definitely shorten the length. We'll take a few frames out because it's a little too long on the trail. And I guess I need to make it a little bit longer so I can make that connection. Because the thing is like, I already slowed the bullet down like a little bit so that we could get more trajectory points. But it'd be nice if I could speed it up. Right now it's super long. Let's see if it works. So the new size, 25 by 22. Well done, man. What do you call those tiny little the boxes games are made of? They're called buttholes. Because everything for this game, I pull out of my ass. Yeah, of course I'm eating out of a dog dish. Or a normal Tupperware. But it's probably a dog dish. All right, we have contact. He's a video game making animal. That's right. I am without a doubt an animal. A beast of ill repute. A fiend. What else? This is probably all the love I'm going to put into this for today, and then we can just move on. Oh, shit. They're all dead. Maybe I should put a little bit of transparency on them. Perhaps I can do that here. On trails on a looping sprite. So when we go to create it on the level, All right, so I dropped the alpha to like 50%. We got to check to see that the Piranha's projectile's been updated. There's still space. Guess it doesn't fully matter. But I do want to bump that opacity up a little bit there. Don't want it to be super transparent. And I did do a little speed up. Looks like I didn't save out the Piranha trail. Okay. That solves that problem. Cool, cool, cool. What's up, Cool Coding? This is Mountains of Thunder by Glenn Stafford. It's World of Warcraft stuff. I know, right, Shader? Took me a while to figure out what was causing the issue, too. Use smart pointers. I gotta change the positioning of the thorn blade. So right now with the new node placement, the thorn blade's on the top. Pushed around. A little too high, a little too high. And the question is, do I want fully green sword? I thought they're like further up, their range is now getting affected as well. What's up, Landed? Yeah, I'm definitely streaming at odd times this past week. Sorry about that. I'm all over the place. I'm gonna go with the green for now, and we need to change the locked in position. For the idle state. Gives the node intro. Positioning in the database. So the melee has a set origin. So just this, just that. Okay, sweet. So let's see if that works. So I'm trying to offset the position of the thorn blade on the top and middle nodes so that they're a little bit lower, and see how that orientation works. It's going to be a little bit vertically asymmetrical, kind of. I mean, relative to the shield, but it's better to see like the whole sword, and also it should counter the like the range issue as well. So right, I'm bringing it down 20 pixels on the top one and down 10 pixels in the middle one. So hopefully they're relatively brought together. Ugh. Wait, it did. It just went the wrong direction. We need to add 20. We need to add 10. My kind. Just need to stand for a second, get some blood flow. Man, we didn't even get to painting the background yet. Just feel like I'm playing catch up this whole time. Okay. So they're like oriented a little bit lower so that they all show up on the screen. So they're all like in slightly different positions relative to their shield. But they look okay. You're getting tired of testing every small change on two platforms, about to go put together a pretty complicated CI/CD setup? Need a drink? Well, that does sound like a pain in the ass. All right, that's dealt with. For now, that's just what I'm going to do with the sword. I don't know. I may end up coloring the blade a little bit differently. But for now, I'm just going to leave it kind of the green color. And I need to get into painting this background, which we're going to do soon. But the only thing else that I need to do is make the menus adapt to the new setup. Namely, the tooltips need to be like positioned a little bit differently. And then of course we have this, not the steel trap, the steel tooth saw. So this is designed to be like on the tree as it was. So this is going to change quite drastically. Oh my god, this one has so many. This is the most complicated spread I have so far. If I could keep it the same frames, that would save me a little bit of time, but it might not look as good. So I may have to tween it. Noisy machines. The data loss doesn't sound good. But sometimes you gotta break things to move forward. That's a pretty bad burn rate. Yeah, I don't blame you. Shit, how did I orient this middle one? Pretty sure the lower I don't have to do anything. Yeah, looks okay. Here, I'll be right back. Oh yeah. I heard a bump in the night. It's not even night. So I had to go check it out. Make sure there's no skulls that I needed to crack. Alas, there was nothing. Not even an Amazon package. Nothing. Nothing. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I've only got one Amazon package coming, and it has some mouth tape. I'm gonna try sleeping with mouth tape. For your health. To stop the screaming? Yeah, exactly. Night screams. Don't we all have night screams here? You would know, but no one's called the cops on me to keep the sleep paralysis demon from sticking his fingers in your mouth. Do you grind your teeth or something? No, I just think it's going to be better for my mouth in general to not have my mouth be dried out through the night. You know, I don't always sleep with my mouth open, but when I wake up, I can tell, like, and I do grind my teeth, but it would be nice to be able to just relax my jaw without my mouth opening, you know? To focus, not sure if the stream is paused. What's going on, Beta? We're just kicking back, getting stuff done. Oh. Whoops. All right, so that's got to be this one. There we go. Attaboy. Fair enough. You're mentally drained after work, so looking to chill. Nice. Well, welcome in. We're just talking about mouth tape. I had like this, I actually just bought like a chin strap to keep my mouth closed, but like it was too small and it ended up leaving like a divot in my head for like half a day after I used it once. And I was like, wow, that's dumb. So I'm going to try the tape. And I'm mainly doing it because I just want to try to be on top of dental health, you know? It's just better to be breathing through your nose generally. Your nose is superior air. Because your nasal passage, it warms and humidifies the air, so it's easier for your lungs to use it. And it also, you know, filters out stuff. Your nose does some pretty cool stuff. So nose breathing is definitely superior breathing. So you'll sleep better. Plus all that dry air drying out the mouth. Can't be good for the teeth. Doesn't sound comfortable. You have a retainer to protect my teeth from grinding. Well, this is just like keeping me from mouth breathing when I'm sleeping. If some thief enter your room at night, they might think someone got there first with the tape on your mouth. Well, I tend to lock my door. So they'd have to break the door down in order to get into the room. So that'd probably wake me up, giving me enough time to pick up my Brooklyn Smasher indestructible baseball bat. And I would indestruct their face. Which makes no sense, but sounds kind of funny. I also have mace as a defensive mechanism, but I think that mace is like a flawed thing. Because if you mace someone, you're going to get maced yourself. So really, it's not the best idea. But I have it. You never know. It's good to have your defensive measures. I prefer blunt weaponry and basically just stuff that's gonna like stop violence, but like not kill anyone or harm anyone for real. Just kind of chill the situation out with pain. If I move, I'm definitely getting a weapon. US has some really nice ones. You have pepper spray that foams on contact. Ooh, that sounds nasty. AR-15 with the reflex sights. Well, I'm more basic. I don't have heavy artillery. Although I have wanted to pick up a hunting knife. And that's not for self-defense, but for when the world turns into Walking Dead. I just want to make sure and have like a nice knife, you know. I've already got like water purification tablets and like a life straw and first aid kits and you know, flint, and I have like a little pocket knife. I don't really have like a legit knife. Upgrade the smasher to a pew pew lead giver. I don't know. I don't like, I wouldn't want to be around heavy artillery. I mean, I'm not opposed to it and I get it, but at the same time, I'm just not comfortable with it. It's just not my bag. I am a purveyor of peace. Barely say it, but I completely mean it. It's a perfect conversation for while we're listening to the Firefly soundtrack. I was going to say Serenity, but that's the movie. Firefly. Many a good thing. Only if they're trying to attack you, you can't shoot someone who's running away or just robbing you. It's a very precise weapon. That's another choice. It's true. And there might be one day when I regret not having one, but at the same time, I don't mean to harm anyone, so if someone's being horrible, then I just get away from them. And hope the Brooklyn Smasher will do the trick. Pretty able body if you didn't have a weapon. I don't like your chances. You understand there's always an unfortunate chance someone is going to flip out and take it. Even if it's locked well. You loved Firefly? Yeah, me too. Like, that's the other thing I feel about it. This is why, like, I wouldn't pick up a knife, for instance, to protect myself in that situation. Because basically, I don't want to bring a weapon to a situation that the weapon might get turned back on me for whatever reason. I'd rather be faced with like getting hit with a bat than like losing a knife and getting stabbed with it, or losing a pew pew and getting pewed. Like, at least the Brooklyn Smasher, you can kind of see when it's coming. I mean, it's all bad situations, but like, unless you're like super confident with these things, you got to kind of strategize, I think, based on all that. But I'm in a pretty safe neighborhood, more or less. Like I said, the only reason I'd want to pick up like a hunting knife is so when the apocalypse comes and I need to, like, you know, cut stuff up in nature, make a shelter, skin a rabbit or something, you know? All stuff I don't know how to do. Because I'm a shitty schlicker. It's not a bad plan, shader. But the thing is like, things can be replaced, you know? So if someone broke in to like take stuff, I would just leave. And then I'd immediately like call the cops, but I wouldn't like put my life on the line to like, you know, save my guitar or something, you know? I just like, I'd rather just live. What's up, Orsh? What it do? Like in that scenario too, I wouldn't want to like harm somebody for making bad decisions. I'd want them to go to jail and get punished, but I wouldn't want them to like incur like a life-threatening wound somehow because they wanted to like steal a TV or, you know. I just don't think that would be, I don't agree with that. It's another thing if they're coming at you though, you know, and they're like threatening your life and you have no choice but to defend yourself. Like, you know. But I don't know. I've never really had issues. Like, I'm like, for instance, like one time I was in a like predominantly like black neighborhood and I was drunk. I just came from like an arcade bar. I was playing, I just went to an arcade bar, played old school, like, you know, Golden Axe and all this cool shit all night. Like, eating pizza and getting drunk, hammered. And I mean, this is like maybe like a year and a half ago. And I'm like walking back to my car, but I'm like, you know what? I need to like sober up. I need some Gatorade. So I walk to the 7-Eleven and there's just like a ton of like black people everywhere, like just loitering and chilling. And I just go and get my, like, I don't think anything of it. Like, I don't care. Like, and I'm like this bald white guy. So like, sadly, cause my hair's thinning, that's just the way it is. But like, I go in, I grab a Gatorade and I'm just chugging it as I'm walking out. And this like black dude walks up to me and he's like, do I look like a pussy to you? like he wanted me to like be confrontational with him. And like, he just, I don't know. He was sizing me up. And the thing is like, my like default is like love and compassion. And like, I love like all people. I love all races. I'm like super down for everybody. And like, I just looked at him and with like literally just love in my heart. Cause I was drunk, you know, I'm just like, nah, man. Like, and he was just like, ah, you're outright. And he just like walked off. Like, I've never really had, I feel like every time someone's come at me with like aggressive energy, every single time it's happened in my life, I've just been completely oblivious to it. And they somehow just like get on my frequency right away and it's been okay. Like, I don't know what it is, but like, I've been lucky, I guess. But like, I don't know. I'm just not like prone to violence, I guess. That arcade bar was fun too. I want to go back. I like arcade bars. I like bars where you got shit to do. Fun stuff. All right, we got to properly set the positioning based on this. I think I could use this same thing. Same guy here. Let me see. Let's move this one down. Oh, there we go. Meow, 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 meow. You don't like where this is going? What the? Maybe he was on something? Damn, that sounds scary. It didn't scare me. I really just didn't care. Like, it's like, it's not my first time like hanging out around like black people, so it's like back when I smoked a lot of weed, I remember going to this like music event that was just literally a bunch of like, it was in LA, a bunch of music studios, and like all these like black musicians were going off, and everyone was just, it was 420 and we were all getting stoned and like just chilling out, and like it was like me, and at the time I had a girlfriend, and we were the only two white people there, and we were just like, you know, one of the guys who was like running it was like a friend of her family's, and we just like, we're just chilling out, hanging out. I don't smoke weed anymore, but I'm at peace with all peoples in my heart. You healed his insecurity and saved that man. Nah, like I think he was like, I don't know what he was expecting, because I'm not like a what's the phrase? I'm just not like prone to fights. I grew up around a lot of hotheads, so I just like got good at diffusing hot-headedness. You passed the bullshit test. He was trying to punk you. Sounds fun. I'd go too if I was able. Yeah, arcade bars are sick. They're good vibes. It's nice to like just get connected with like the old school stuff, you know, the retro stuff. He was too social anxiety to approach you to play Golden Axe and was acting out. This wasn't at the bar. This was at a 7-Eleven in the parking lot. Like on a busy street. Golden Axe was awesome. When I was playing Golden Axe, this dude like came up and he's just like giving me tips on like how to play the game. And he was like super hyped on it. And I was like, I have to play Golden Axe. I love Golden Axe. What else was there? Just like a lot of random shit. Not prone to fights, so you aren't a battle chaser? Are you commenting on my sick Night War t-shirt? I got this shirt when I crowdfunded Night War Battle Chasers. When they were looking for money to like get that game going. Joe Mad was looking for some dough. So I like dropped some pretty dough, a pretty penny to like support. And now he went off and like he made Night War, and I think it made like probably about 5 million or something like that. And then he used the same engine and made like some game called like Kings something, like I don't know what it was called. And it was literally the same game engine. They just like reskinned it. Another 6 mil from that. And then he went off and made a Wayfinder. I'm pretty sure he's like doing pretty good for himself. All thanks to me. Oh, Ruined King. Yeah, that sounds familiar. You love Joe Mad? That game was kind of just fine-ish. Yeah, I mean, he was trying to go for a JRPG. He's was inspired by Suikoden 2, and it wasn't quite Suikoden level. It was very small. Like, the entire game just felt like it was in this tiny little island, and there wasn't really like a lot of like quality story. The art was great. The battle system was decent. Was pretty good. It was pretty entertaining, but I never finished it. I didn't care about the story, and I like, you know, love battle chasers and stuff, but I'm like, you're just running dungeons constantly, and it was fun for a while, and then I kind of just didn't really invest in it too deeply. I feel like when you're playing Suikoden 2, one of the reasons why it's really fun is I would give it 2 reasons, maybe even 3. Like, there more reasons than I can count, I guess, but like there's a lot of different areas, so there's different like dungeons that have different vibes, and you're always like finding new characters to add to your party till you can like send them back to your castle, and you'll have like literally 500 people in your castle that you can create as many groups, any kind of group that you want. Anytime you want, you just like go to your castle, like, and you have like all these people that are like your allies, and you just like put together your little parties, and you're like, well, I'm gonna do these 5 people today, and like, so that's fun. I also really like the storyline. It was fun. And then also the one little side mini game that was fun was the like stock market stuff, where you would, well, it was like the trade system. You would like buy salt from one town, and then you'd go to another town and sell the salt for like a profit. And then they'd be selling like, you know, like gunpowder or like skins or something like that. And you pick that up, and like animal skins. I don't know what, I forget what you would buy, but like just random shit. And then you'd go to other towns and sell it, and it'd always be like fluctuating price. Like, I love little economy systems like that. So that game like had a lot of like intricacy to it, and it had a flavor to it. And I don't think Night War really captured that. They captured like, it was a better battle system for sure. Like, it was more exciting, but the like, all the in-between stuff was like really thin. Suikoden really had 3 characters. I'm talking about Suikoden 2. It had less characters than a normal JRPG. Yeah, I only played Suikoden 2. I actually never played Suikoden 1. The world map battles format for battle chasers felt really constrained. Yeah, that's how I felt too. You never played Suikoden 2, but always heard good things about it. Well, that was just a few of the things. Like, I have it on my PS3. It's still my saved game. Like, I think I've played it on stream a time or two, but people are not like super down for Suikoden 2 because it's a really chill, like slow moving RPG. I think people will only sit down and watch like Final Fantasy VII or something like that. But one type of game I like to watch a lot is like the different tactics games. I also liked recently how the Metal Slug Tactics came out and people were playing that. Like, I like tactics. I like watching tactics games. I don't know why. I like the vibe of it. The isometric, like little like chess battle system. It's cool pixel art, cool, just like generally good vibe. I don't know why. Like, it's nostalgia or something for me. Master of 1 and 2 will come out next year. Interesting. Suikoden, all 108 characters. I meant Battle Chasers had less than a normal RPG. Oh, JRPG. I see what you mean. Yeah, Battle Chasers had just mainly the main party. You know, you're talking about the original Battle Chasers lineup where, you know, Calibretto, Golly, Red Monica, Garrison, and Nolan. And then also like the Demon Hunter was like a new guy, but that was it, you know. And then you like would get like little storylines, but the storylines, I don't know, like I felt like there was barely any persistent storyline. It felt like everything was kind of like one-off stuff, and like the entire game felt like a series of like mini games. And so there were strengths to it. And I think his plan was just to put out something, like, just to get something out there that was his. And he succeeded. And I think it gave him the juice to go the distance. But I don't think necessarily Wayfinder is crushing. Are people still playing Wayfinder? I think it did pretty good because it looks so good, but I think he was just like a cog in that machine, you know. It looked like it was designed with his, like, you know, art prowess, but it was definitely other artists and stuff that were doing it. It's funny they cited Suikoden as an inspo. I meant it's I think it was just like something he said in an interview a while ago, and I don't know if it's something if it was directly an inspiration to Night War specifically. Now that I think about it, I may have just read it in a Jomad interview. That was like a JRPG he was into, but then he wanted to make a JRPG, so maybe I connected the dots, or maybe he did say that. I'm not totally sure actually, but yeah, I agree that, like, if you're going to compare that JRPG to like Night War is just a battle system, you know. It's like a cool, like, the general battle game loop is fun, and that's about like all that you're going to get from it. Because, you know, like in Suikoden, it's like in Final Fantasy VII, you can just run around the map randomly, go anywhere you want. You have freedom. But like in Night War, you're just like on a little like path everywhere. You can only just walk the path everywhere. You can't just like walk through a field and then randomly get hit with an enemy. So I think that probably took away from that vibe a little bit. And it makes you kind of wonder, like, why did they make it almost like linear on the map when they really just could have broken it up? Like, why did it have to be a bunch of paths? It could have just been like an open map that was you're still just tossed like random battles the same, and then you would just show up to like a dungeon area and it would be the same. Like, I think that would have opened it up a little bit. But yeah, it definitely felt a little too restrictive for sure. So like Final Fantasy X. God, I played Final Fantasy. Was it Final Fantasy X? I'm trying to remember. Well, I figure like once he got the game development underway, like he was just mainly trying to design good, like just the art, you know, a good presence for the game, good marketability, which he crushed. But then he probably just like let the actual construction of the game to like other people, and they're just like, oh, we have this system ready to go. Let's just like slap your art into it and we'll do it. That's probably what happened. And he just like, oh, sure, whatever. You know, he probably didn't think too heavily about it. Final Fantasy X you enjoyed? Final Fantasy X is when they made the maps more linear. Interesting. So do you think Final Fantasy X was more... Did that like make things better, or did it feel more restrictive? So middle attack. So this should be here. Oop. And then this should be here. And this one All right, and we got our base idle, which is going to be the same. So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bam. We got our attack, we got our reverse attack, and then we got to get the out, which comes back up to this. Bam. Bam. Yeah, I don't see myself ever putting together an RPG anytime soon, but I think it would be like nice in the long run to do like a tactics game. I think that would be awesome. But I don't have any like plan to do that initially. I'd have to get like traction, you know, otherwise. Would it be fun to like put together like an epic story? Just a bunch of corridors. I really liked the story, but I felt like it was super restricted. Sometimes linear can be nice. What's up, Goose Fat? Welcome in. Sometimes just getting hit with a storyline can be really satisfying. Like the Metal Gear Solids up until like 5 were like really satisfying. It was just nice to just get like plugged into to a system. And even though it was like so linear, like I remember the first time I played, what was the one where you start like in Afghanistan or something? I remember like going around and just straight up killing as like Snake. I was just killing everybody. I was just like headshotting everybody. And this was like the first level. I just came into it like evil. I was like, all right, everyone's dead. And after I killed like, I don't know, 15 dudes or something, Snake like stopped and like started throwing up. He's like was so grief stricken from just being so evil that it just said game over. You've killed too many people. It's like not canon. So like the game was done. And I'm like I was okay with it because I was just like the linear aspect of it. It's all meant to be like part of a storyline, and so you don't want to like, you can deviate from the story and get chaotic. But like, it's, if you to really beat the game, you have to play as Snake. And I think that's cool because it's kind of fun to be like, go through the deep storylines and stuff like that. But I did like lose interest when Snake became more open world and you had to like build your army up and stuff. Like as soon as I got that game, I don't know what one it was. Maybe it was 5. I don't know. I just didn't beat it, didn't even play through it really. I just stopped caring because it's more like you decide, and I'm like, Snake is always given a mission and he's like, here's your 3 tools, you have to get in there and like do this thing, and like that's what makes it fun. But like when it became like open world, I was just like, this is it's too sandboxy. I don't like this. I just want to be told what to do. But nowadays it feels like things are more and more becoming like sandbox, and where people can just kind of create their own purpose. And Suikoden 2 is a great model for indie RPG. 25 hours, really good gameplay and story. All makes sense why it was their thing. Nav. Did you try Euden, the new Suikoden made by original creator? Oh no, I didn't hear about that. Euden. I like that triple emote. That's awesome, dude. MG5 is the Afghanistan and Angola. Okay, so that's, maybe it was 6 or whatever, the one where you like end up on like a ship and you like like attach people to balloons and like they become part of your team. It became like really sophisticated, and I was really into Metal Gear Solid up to that point. That game, I just played it and I just immediately was like, this is too much. Because when I would play it, I was more of a casual player, meaning I didn't have like countless hours, because I was like a, you know, as a coder, like I had lots of work to do. And when I was done, I didn't like to think too much about what I was taking in. You know, I didn't like to sit and have to do a lot of homework to like play a game. I just wanted the game to like shower me with like entertainment. And Metal Gear Solid was like perfect for that, because it was just very cinematic, and you'd get in on the action and like have like all these like thrilling like hide and seek moments kind of a thing, and like stealthy to like full on battles, and it was just like cool to like explore behind enemy lines, sneaking deeper into a base. But like, I don't know, I just got to a point where I'm like, I don't have time to get like to have a game that's overly complicated. You recently read some controversy about how Kojima treated some voice actors or something. I always had a lot of respect for him. I don't know what happened there. Dude, there's always going to be like, I don't give a shit. It's cancel culture stuff. I don't give a shit about it. People are always like trying to demonize everyone. People always want to hate things first, and then like, you know, it's like you're guilty until proven innocent, but like you're cancelable until like proven innocent. It's like all bullshit. It's like, just appreciate the art from the artist, and don't think about them on a personal level or political level or all this stupid nonsense that is meaningless to you. Just enjoy the content for what it is, because if you like a good movie, a good game, a good book, it's all like designed to be open to interpretation, so that the viewer, the person consuming it, can identify with it in their own way. It's like why you know, Stephen King says don't abuse the use of like adjectives. Keep things like, when you're writing a book, keep things open to interpretation so that the reader can actually make up their own mind. You know, you're not like, I don't know. You're not like walking through the snow calmly, or like, you know, you're walking through the snow, and it's like you decide how you're walking through the snow. I don't know. And that's how I feel when it's like Shader, you're just like, oh, well, I guess we gotta hate Kojima and everything he's ever done because of that one time he like talked shit to someone, he had a bad day, fuck him, like don't ever like cancel his career, he should just like everything about him, he's dead to me, like blah. It's just like, shut up, just fucking enjoy the shit that you did and just separate the artist from the art. Just enjoy the art for what it is, because it's what it meant to you in that moment. Who cares where it came from? Just, and the reason why I say that is because people are getting way too sensitive about shit. Like the stuff people are canceling people over, it's like, it just doesn't matter. It's like, if he was like abusing kids or like killing people or poisoning people to death, like doing crazy shit like that, yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Should cancel him. But if you just talk shit to an actor one day, it's like, who cares? It's like, let it go. Enjoy it. Enjoy the art. Separate the art from the artist. Don't get sucked into cancel culture. You just spend your life looking for the moral high ground, never getting to enjoy anything ever again. I remember someone like, I don't even want to like get into like my instances of it. There's too many. It's just part of a culture that needs to die. We need to like no longer be offended by stuff so easily. Just let stuff be a little bit offensive sometimes. Just let it go. Otherwise, everything's gonna be like Equilibrium. Isn't that one of those movies where it's like they make you take pills so that no one has like emotions, and like everything is just like completely conformist and identical. No one has their own unique personality, so no one offends anybody ever. And it's just like the moment you have emotion, you go to jail or something like that. It's like, I don't think so, Tim. I don't think so. He isn't dead to you. He better not be. It was something about not rehiring original English voice actors for God knows what reason. Nothing crazy. Fair enough. Fair enough. My least fave is the canceling of the Dragon Quest composer because he said some goofy shit when he was 90. Did you ever see that movie? Was it Don't Look Up? Or Look Up? Don't look up. Don't look up. Yeah. Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Lawrence. And there's like this one character that he's just like this hyper offensive, like racist, like white dude. And every time he like says something horrible, they're just like, oh, he's from another time. He's like from another era. Like everyone's always like excusing his behavior because he's just like, oh, he's from another time. He's like old school boomer. Like it just reminded me of that. Like a 90-year-old person like saying offensive shit. Things were more like, you could be more offensive back in the day and like people wouldn't like try to cancel you. Whoops. Keep bumping the mic today. But nowadays it's like everyone, I mean, you see it happening to games. Everyone's trying to make like universal everything to like mix content to appeal to absolutely everyone. And so then it ends up appealing to absolutely nobody. It's like, nah, man, just appeal to like your little niche. Like the tinier the niche, the better. And that's just the way it is. That's when interesting things like come about. Don't be a fence sitter. Be something. And be it all the way, you know? Don't be like part this, part that, part this, blah, blah, blah. And I know you all know what I'm talking about. Like, I don't need to go into detail. But anyways, this tangent all came about because of my misunderstanding of what Shader was saying to me about Kojima. What did you think about the Firefly stuff? I mean, the cast of Firefly at least didn't seem to have much against him. I guess let them choose if they want to make another one, right? What Firefly stuff? What did I think about the Firefly stuff? Because like I thought they capped stuff with Serenity. And the reason they originally stopped the show was because it just wasn't getting enough viewership at the time. But to this day, I love the 13 episodes that we got. I mean, I wish there was more. If there was like 7 seasons of Firefly, I would have probably watched them all a million times by now. Josh Whedon got mega canceled. Yeah, like I don't know what happened to Josh, and I don't really care. Like I said, I just separate the art from the artist, because in the end, it just, who cares? Who cares about stupid stuff, you know? Because it's like, what's offensive in society today, like 20 years from now could be like completely accepted. And I don't know. I would just rather not like be concerned about whether or not I can love something that someone made in the past because because social media has put everyone way too much in the forefront. Like, people can like speak their minds so easily that you're going to like offend somebody, because there's just so many individualists out there now because of all of the algorithmic like pandering. Everyone's like social media feed is completely catered to their opinions. I've even the comments that you're presented out of all the comments, like if you look at YouTube comments or like TikTok comments and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure they're like even only showing the comments that are going to like appeal to you and keep you there longer. So like even the comments that you read of other people are like still biased towards what they think you're biased towards. So literally it's like echo chambers upon echo chambers upon echo chambers, and then suddenly someone like walks up and says something slightly different, and it's like, oh my god, someone has like a different opinion than me? Haven't they read like all these like comments and stuff? Like look how many people agree with me. It's like, no dude, it's the algorithms like stalking you and just feeding you. They're mirroring you back to yourself. It's like, it doesn't matter if people have different ways of doing things. Who cares? Thank goodness, because like, if we were all the same, then we'd all be like predictable as shit and there wouldn't be Firefly, you know? Japan is hardcore right-wing radio. Josh Whedon got mega canceled. Yeah, they put them into a horrible time slot because he fell out with some producer, apparently. That's sad. Yeah, I wish it continued to. Life on the algorithm. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're... I just feel lucky that, like, I mean, I feel like a lot of us are, like, you know, upper millennial, like, closer. We've known a lot of boomers in our life. Like, a lot of us remember an age before the algorithm. We remember, like, when I was a child and I was a teenager, like, I was on my BMX bike, like, riding around the neighborhood and going to the local like supermarket to like buy candy and like just do random, like, I don't know, I started bands with kids. Like, I just was doing things out in the world. And nowadays, like, all of my nephews, all the younger generation, they're all just like sitting on their iPads and their iPhones, and they're getting fed algorithms and stuff like that. It's like, for those of us who remember a time without all that crap, we have a level of resistance to this crap because we can see it. We can see it happening. We remember what it was like to be in a room with a bunch of different people and having to just make peace with them and just understand that, like, even if you don't completely 100% agree with someone, they might still have something to offer you, some wisdom. They might know something a little better than you. They might have like a talent that you don't quite have. It's like, it's okay if people are like different than you, even if they kind of slightly offend your senses. Like, it's annoying to be around them, but they can still be like worthy of respect. I don't know, it just makes me sad. I'm just venting about the world. And I'm an introvert. Like, it seems like I shouldn't care as much because like I tend to like isolate myself anyways, but like I still wish that people would be more accepting of, like, you know, people living their lives differently and still just coming together and be like, we all want love, we all like Firefly. Like, I don't care what your religion or your politics are. Like, oh. Whenever I start rambling like I am right now, senselessly rambling, just pouring my thoughts into the nether, it means I'm tired. Every time, I'm always doing it towards the end of my stream where I'm just like fucking rambling all the time. I'm always rambling. All right, I think this one is finally done. It only took me effing 1,000 hours because of my stupid rambling. Let's try to get this last one done. For the love of Pete! This is the big ass one. Okay, so we actually got to take another screen grab. Yeah, it sucks. There's some a-hole studio guy that has arbitrarily sets up a show to fail after an argument. Yeah. Well, I'm sure that like taught Josh Whedon a lesson. And I mean, what has Josh Whedon done other than that? I don't know. I know he did like, he's definitely done some Marvel stuff and then other things, right? Rian respects me too, and I am an a-hole. Now you don't get any high quality shows thanks to these people. It's, yeah, sometimes it's lame when personal politics gets in the way, but no, it's true. Like, I can, even if I have like a falling out with you and I can't be around you because behaviorally I don't feel like you respect my boundaries and I just can't deal with you. It doesn't, I like still, even if it gets that bad and I have to just not be around you anymore, I still have like love and respect for you. Like, I still want you to be like, live a happy life and not like have anything bad happen to you. I just don't want to be around you if that's the case, but like, it doesn't mean like I want anything bad to happen to you or for you to like, no longer have the causes for happiness. You know, like I want all people to have like a good life, because there's always going to be left. There's always going to be right. There's always going to be like middle, you know, and we're always going to have to come together. And it's been like that through all of human history, and it's just never going to change. People are always going to have differing opinions, and that's just always how it's going to be. Nice. Let's grab that screen grab. I need to do like a button where I can like just shut off the waves, so I don't have like these enemy types coming in. Just go away. Fortunately, I need it on the left side here where the dudes are. So we need to get rank 3s and get them all lined up at pixel size. Slot in. Come on. Got it. And do this. All right, so it will be like this. Okay, this shouldn't take too much time. And I'll be able to get this. Get this one done. Be nice. This change that I made with the different backgrounds, like, it's a huge decision, because it's going to be an immense amount of time to like repaint the backgrounds. And so I definitely didn't come to it lightly. Why? What's going on here? There we go. So the more progress we can make, the better. But I really think, at least from like a fundamental point of view, this new setup for the level is good because of the added space. I think it adds a lot of visual space, and it also leaves more room for air enemies. And it solves a problem for like having extra space for increasing size for arcanas. When they rank up, they can be bigger. And this is good. It's like, not to mention being able to revisit the color scheme, going for more of like the dark fantasy. It's a lot of goods coming out of it. So it's an investment, but I think it needed to happen. I was feeling like the level overall wasn't it just wasn't what it needed to be yet. And I'm hoping that this is a step in the right direction. It's going to be hard to say if this is it in the long run, but all you can do is like take a shot, you know. Let's see, 4. But I certainly don't make these decisions lightly. But at the same time, though, I'm trying to be decisive and like moving forward, because I don't have any time to waste. And it's like, if I'm going to do it, I'm just going to do it, because I think it's for the greater good of the game. So it is what must be. Oops. I did it again. All right, 3. I do still have the deck builder system to get through, big time. But this like became a bug in my ass, a bug up my ass that I had to deal with. And so now like it's just this massive can of worms, but it's just like, it had to happen, because I am worried about like the general appeal of like the initial like spring level. And so I'm like trying to juice up the appeal, but it in turn, so it's like better like spreading the nodes out more so that I have more space, so I can do larger and more add more ranks to the arcana. So that's like more evolution to the game. It opens up the space for like the flying units, and generally visually giving you a more sense of spaciousness in the level. And it also gives like a sense of scale. So when you see the characters next to like the larger tree, it's going to feel better. And also, like, when you intro the level, we're going to be starting up at the top of the level and then like panning down. And I'm going to make just the big old massive tree that we're going to like come down and see like all of these massive trees. So we're going to get that vibe. And overall, I think the lighting and stuff is going to be a little bit more, I don't know. I think it's just going to serve it better, and it'll come together once I like put all the detail in the background. It's just right now it's all simple and blocked out, but it'll be nice when all the detail gets pumped in. But let's see, what else do we just got to cap these middle. I think this is it. They're just the last middle here. So I am pumped about it. I think it's the right move, but you know how it is. Like, I felt like the last move I made was the right move. And so it's just like, how can you know what you're designing is the way it should be? And I think the only way to really do it is to execute and to experience it. See how you feel over time. And I had been feeling like I needed to change something about the level for a while. And it just didn't dawn on me until I just kind of jumped in. And sometimes you've been working on something for so long that you just want to move on. And the like background elements, I've honestly, I probably put like, I want to say like 200 hours or more in just working on the background elements. And then I like threw it out, and then I keep starting over. And it's been a while since I have started over. It's kind of like, I can't believe I'm still throwing stuff out and starting over. It's crazy. When will I like actually finish this damn game? And I'll never finish unless I like eventually settle on something. But it's got to resonate. So I'm definitely putting like a time limit on myself, but at the same time, if I feel like something's really bad and needs to like be better, I will fix it. So that's the attack. What about the idle? Does the idle comes right here? Do I have to change? Wait, this is the intro. Does the intro? I think the intro gets like... So I think I have to remap like the intro. It's probably a hard-coded thing, or that might be in the database. But I didn't change any of the frames, so that's a good thing. So I think that's it. So I'm going to save this out, and then we're going to see how freaking broken this is. Hopefully it just gets plugged right in. Look at how many frames this damn saw blade is. I probably should have dynamically programmed this a lot more than I did, instead of doing it all like in sprite sheet form, but we're already here, so. Part of it is already dynamic, so it's not like completely manually done, but this is like hands down the most complicated sprite I have in the entire game so far. So many little bits and pieces for it. All right, so let's take a look. So this is the steel tooth. We got the steel tooth saw. And it's got that offset. I wonder if these secondary, what are the secondary offsets used for? Or did I hard code this? Oh yeah, so now it has changed size. So actually, I need to trim it, and then we need to save it again. And I need to save the new sizing for it. So it is a bit bigger now. So it is 59 by 161. So the width shouldn't have changed, but the height certainly did. So give me that sprite width and height. Oh shit. I guess it did change by a pixel. Why? All right, so that is at 10 pixels off the edge. Run a trim. That is 9 pixels. Okay, so we can bring that back actually. 60 on the width. I'm going to leave the width the same. And save. So then the height is now 161. 61. If I'm lucky, then I won't even have to like change the offsets. So let's just see. Let's see how well we did here. Please just work. All right, the secondary. So it does seem like a little bit off. This one's a pain in the ass. Here, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll put some spike shots on. Shooting the enemies. Be right back. Wish I had more copy, but I don't. So why was this so off? It's like incredibly off. It's getting dry in here. Getting so dry. Why was it so off? Before I look at it again, I'm just going to take a gander at the positioning for the saw blade. Where? Can I put that here? The mouth tape is going to feel good tonight. For me, it hasn't come yet. But someday. Dono for mouth tapings stream. Maybe the stream would be better if I just never said anything ever. Then I'd just be very mysterious. I'd be that weird streamer that just has mouth tape on all the time. That's not what I meant. Oh God, what the I'm trying to remember how the steel tooth saw is built and their positioning. Is this up here steel tooth stuff? That'd be a crazy experiment, just coating with mouth tape. I see artists all the time do like no mic streams. They just say working stream. And I've contemplated, like this week I almost did that. Like I almost streamed on Wednesday. I would have done like a no talk stream, but I just needed to be like really focused on what I was doing, and I just needed a space where I was allowed to be like really vulnerable. And I can't always do that in front of chat. All your prying eyes and getting random criticisms and stuff, it can be, you got to be like confident in what you're doing in order to get in front and be, you know, be creative in front of a crowd, basically. And most days I am, but like as I was transitioning the background, I needed to be safe to make like ugly choices for a little while. And it's still like pretty ugly right now, but it's like enough, it's developed enough that I'm like okay to like show where I'm at. But yeah, sometimes I want to do no talk streams. Because sometimes I feel like I get stuck in these rambling cycles. But that's just me processing, you know, the world. Thank you guys for being my rubber ducky. Let me kind of rap on stuff sometimes. Doesn't seem like we just have this melee attack offset with a -7. That is probably, that has to be on the X value. Yeah. CX value. This is melee attack. So that's if it's, that's a side detection. That's an X detection. Those numbers I think might have changed. Because I moved the X position by a little bit. But I guess it's still functional. Hire a co-host to distract chat? Maybe so. You're out thinking about streaming too, just to have people to talk to, but having to be careful about not showing passwords, sticking to a schedule, etc. Sounds like too much. You seem to trigger me a lot. Always feel bad about it. Nah, Shader, don't worry about it. I'm more reacting to like stuff I see on like TikTok and like just YouTube shorts and stuff like that. And it just makes me kind of think of that stuff. But yeah, I don't want you to feel bad for the way that I think and feel about things, because that's all it is. It's just like my take on it. And I'm totally cool if you have like a different take, and it's fine. But also, like, I know that you weren't getting entrenched in these topics as like I so readily became. You also have Squeaky Rubber Ducky. It's nice to have a little buddy to talk troubles through, even if it's just squeaks adorably. That's right. It's true. It's nice to just kind of, you know, speak to other human beings about just the randomness that is this world. It's good to confer with others, but keeping in mind that people think differently, people react differently to things, and trying to keep that peace, keeping that middle ground is always important to me, because I am positive that the way that I do things, the way that I think about the world is like unique entirely to me. But I think there's a lot of, I think everyone has a lot of overlap, you know? But I think if we all really like got into the nitty gritty with each other, each one of us would find something that would like be offensive about the other person. And it's like a choice. It's like, who cares? Don't be offended. People just live life differently. Anyways, beating a dead horse, as they say. I think normal people don't post that viral, triggerable stuff to social network stuff. I sure as hell hope the world still isn't like that. It's a good point. I think more and more, since 2020, more and more of the world has become perpetually online, but it shrank back down, and as people were able to like go back out into the world. But I think in a lot of ways, like there's a lot of people that once they were shut in from 2020, that was it for them. They didn't go back out. The thing about me is, about 2 years prior to 2020, I was already like a remote worker and was pretty antisocial already. So like the world just kind of like came down to my level. And I was like, it's not a big deal, guys. We're just home. Like, I'm like a homebody, and I have been for a long time. But you know, it's like I say all this stuff about wanting to keep like common ground and keep peace, but I don't socialize enough. Like I wish I was more getting out and rubbing elbows with random people more often. But I'm at the very least, it's nice to regularly get in touch with you guys and blab about this stuff. It just kind of comes out. Word vomit, as they say. You're stuck indoors 99% of the time physically now. It sucks. It's not so bad, man. But getting out, getting some sun, getting some exercise, or, you know, even if it's just out to your front porch, getting some sunlight, fresh air, it's important for sure. Thanks for the good vibes, Nick. Welcome in, man. I remember talking to people at the office used to be fun sometimes. True. Same sort of. You were already working remote. The big impact of lockdown was not being able to go out to Starbucks to work, but afterwards you were having so many meetings that you couldn't anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's important, you know, to get out and interact with other human beings and to continually acclimate to others, to keep that like ability for adaptation alive. Because you don't want to become so entrenched in your isolation that you can't be around anyone. Because like you're so used to your own rhythm and routine that you can't stand someone who like is just existing next to you. Like it's important to keep an open, keeping that adaptation ability open and just accepting people for who they are. But anyways, I know you all get it. You're a bunch of smart adults. Smart enough. I did take, speaking of smart, I did take an IQ test the other day. One of those like cheapy free IQ tests online, so it's not accurate at all, I'm sure. But all of my life, I pretty much always got like 125 to 130 for my IQ. But this time around, I got a 138. I was like, wow, it's like pretty good. If only it was true. I like testing my IQ every now and then just to see if I'm mentally declining into dementia yet. I worry about it because I smoked a lot of weed and I haven't it's been about over 2 years now where I'm completely sober, but I spent like over a decade going super hard, and I like worry sometimes that my mental abilities have shrank, but the opposite's happening. All this programming, all this planning for the game and stuff that I'm doing, I feel like it's sharpening my mind. Another reason to get deep into game dev, it keeps you alive, learning, makes things better. Let me see. So there's a deviation somewhere. Where the hell does it come from? Is it in this function? Didn't I have like a special, there's the melee attack function, interrupt melee animation. So I've got the melee attack, attack 1, attack 2. Oh, ground melee attack, boom. Maybe it's not triggering the right animation for the mid. Well, that should be it. Probably just didn't set it up correctly. You feel that you had some alcohol tremors or whatever. Apparently, it's a sign of brain damage. Alcohol tremors. Well, I mean, any consumption of alcohol is damaging to your brain cells. Everyone knows that. Learning programming definitely alters the way you think about problems. True. Very wise, Sukulos. Very wise indeed. I've also been working on my brain age too. Trying to decrease my brain age. It's still like not as sharp as I could be, so I'm gonna keep working on it. No, it's good to continue educating yourself, you know, reading and doing math, doing whatever like interests you. That's a challenge that like forces you to kind of work through something. And maybe that's gaming, you know, whatever it is, like these sorts of things, they keep you engaged and like, if you feel like you've lost it, it's probably because you haven't, like, I had the sense that I had lost a piece of my brain because of all of the weed I had smoked over the years, and got so entrenched in my escapism. Like, I knew for a fact that I had lost the emotional conditioning, like the ability to really process emotions in real time, and it pushed me deeper into smoking weed. So that's one thing. And I don't think it like directly shrank my brain or anything, but I think the habits that I would do while smoking is what like made me atrophy a bit mentally. And it was funny because I saw this, it was a random short and it was like, did you know what game you play actually reflects like your IQ? And it's like, here's the list of games. And at like number 10 as like the absolute lowest IQ was people who played Rocket League. And you know what I used to do? When I would smoke weed, I'd sit and I'd play Rocket League. And I was terrible at it. And they're like, people with like 70 to 90 IQ play Rocket League. And I'm like, that's bullshit. Because I for sure have a higher IQ than that. But when I was like smoking weed, I loved playing Rocket League because it was just a stupid game that you could just goof off in. And it wasn't overly complicated. And it was just, you know, the repetitiousness of it made it like easy enough to kind of get into it. But at the same time, you had to like really study and practice it to get it like to be actually really good. And there was people that were insanely good. And I never got that good because like I was always like, you know, sitting there. So not only was I playing like a game that's considered low IQ game, because I agreed, I was like, yeah, it's not that smart of a game, but like at the same time, I was really bad at it too. So it was just like, I was like smoking weed while doing like this stupid thing. But that's kind of the point of sometimes with video games. It's like you want to play something that isn't challenging you because you're just trying to relax. And like I haven't touched Rocket League basically since even before I quit smoking weed. I was already over it, but I for sure haven't touched it since. And it just doesn't even appeal to me. I'm just kind of like, don't understand why I liked it so much. I think I enjoyed the handling of the car mainly. And it was like me projecting the void that Warhawk left behind when Warhawk died on the PS3. So anyways, you had some friends that did a lot of weed that had that too. I got to tell my colleagues that loves Rocket League. I mean, he's a Drupal developer. This explains everything. No, see, I think Rocket League being like a low IQ game is actually a perfect balance to the coder life, because when you stare at a computer all day and you're solving problems constantly, you're debugging. By the time you're done, you go home, you're burnt out. You don't want to make any more decisions. You don't want to study. You don't want to do anything because you need to recharge for the next bout, the next day. And so you want to play games, you want to do things that help you help you just kind of regain your abilities, replenish your mental capacity. And that only happens by like vegging. And so, yeah, Rocket League's a veg game, 100%. And I don't think there's I think for developers to be into Rocket League is a perfect balance. And I don't really think it's like, of course it's a dumb game. That's the point. Like, and I don't think anyone should be offended by the fact that you're playing a game that's kind of silly when you have a stressful job and you want to do something that's stupid, you know? Like, just let the people be, man. Glad you kicked the green monkey, man. What are you doing now is really cool. I agree. Like, I finally gained the confidence in myself, and I had like enough like mental capacity to just like take this on full on. And you know, I had the potential the entire time. It was just a matter of surrounding myself with people that were supportive and not like, you know, when you're around people that like don't lift you up, they just push you down, it can like affect you. And unfortunately, I'm the type of person that I'm an empath. So if I surround myself with people that are shitty to me, I will feel like a piece of shit. Even though I logically understand that like I am my own person and, you know, like I still emotionally process the environment that I'm in. It's just how I am. And so if I'm around people that are like oppressive to me and shitty to me, I'll feel like I'm an idiot, like I can't do anything. And so you have to like, if you're like me, you have to be careful who you surround yourself with, because, you know, and it's not necessarily the people's fault who do it to you. That's just the way that they are. It's like a scorpion's gonna sting, and it's just up to you who you surround yourself with. And it's like, you know, let the scorpions be. You don't even have Rocket League installed anymore? I'm pretty sure I still have it on my... I have it on a few devices here and there. The community is hard to deal with. Yeah, I ended up shutting off the Rocket League like chat because there was a lot of trolling, and I just ended up well, I streamed it for a long time, so I still got like my own fair dose of Rocket League toxicity, but I always kind of shut the community out because I wasn't really competitive because I wasn't that good. I just liked the game and just enjoyed the game purely from a mechanical point of view, you know? And I got okay sometimes. Like I got like decent ranks at times, but like mostly I was getting crushed, and I just have like kind of a 50-50 chance of winning most of the time. You were poking fun at PHP Drupal. I don't even know if I ever built anything in Drupal. Isn't Drupal like on par with like... Drupal's a PHP framework, right? Like, I remember learning YAML. And the only reason I learned YAML was because like I had created a product site, or I was starting a business with someone who created they hired someone who built a YAML site. And then when that person like didn't quite finish the site, I learned YAML to like finish the thing. And that was like the one time I got deep into YAML, but I got pretty decent at it. It wasn't that bad. I was like, why the fuck did we hire someone? I could have just done this myself. That was a waste of fucking money. Should have hired a publicist instead. Anyways, they hate me for it. YAML, the file format. YAML. No, ye. Y-I-I, ye. It's not YAML, it's ye. Sorry, they both start with a Y. It's been so long, I'm no longer in touch with my PHP roots. I'm sorry. Ye. Yeah, ye was the framework I was talking about. YAML is obviously something else. Whatever. trying to forget all my front end experience and just get into game dev. That one you heard about? I heard, yeah, Drupal was around, but like, I'm just like, never had any client who wanted it or anything, so I never had to pick it up. So this just runs the thing. All right, then I just have to, we're just gonna have to nerf the waves and really analyze what is wrong about it. Initially, we'll start with no enemies. So I feel like the top one was like in a decent spot, but so it looks a little high. I didn't adjust for the new height. So yeah, it's like a little misaligned. Even the base is misaligned. So that did seem a little high. That seemed fine. It was only the mid that seemed like it was going way too low. Which doesn't make any sense. So let's just think about the change in heights. And then apply that first, and then we can think about the next issue later. So first of all, we're going to go into StreamTunes Saw version 4 and look at the size. It is 123. And this is when I bust out the calculator. I don't want to do stuff in my head. 161 minus 123 is 38. And that is increase height 38. Is that entirely, is that 38? Is that off by 38? Because we know the secondary image is aligned with the node itself. So let's see, are these consistently off by 38? I am guessing that they're off by half of 38. And let's see. Let's... Positioning is not consistent within the sprite. Why did I do it like that? That's insane. So I'm just gonna, it looks like it's 7 pixels difference and it needs to be pushed 7 pixels. So the Y offsets, I'm gonna add 7 on the StreamTunes Saw. So we've got 11 here for the Y offset, left and right. And so we're just going to say this is 18. Ooh. Is that... So when I say 38 divided by 2, it's 19. And then here I got 18 for this. And it visually looks like it's 7 pixels off. So it's either going to be 18 or 19. It seems like it should be 19, but if it just aligns like this, then that's the way it is. But let's take a look. Now I saved it, right? Yeah. All right. All right. So this is, yeah, it's the first thing we do is we align the blades to the actual nodes. Look at this, it looks all derpy here. Why? The right X position is too far for the secondary. Secondary needs to be pushed. Because this is, let's see, this is 5 pixels. And this is 5 pixels. So it's the actual X offset on the right needs to be pushed by 1. That looks good though. The base of it looks like it's aligning. I think that should be it for that. So let's see, the X offset right should be pushed by 1. So here it's 3, or no, it needs to be subtracted by 1. And 18 seems good. So now we're going to test it on the other ranks. See if they're all lined up. And then we've got to put an enemy back in and see if the if the path is still off on all of them. Loving the detail, other tree types and foliage. Yeah, beta, this is the new background. It's not detailed yet. It's just, I just did blocking. So this is not, there's, you know, if you look at like some of my more refined detail, you can see the type of detail that'll eventually be there. But it's just kind of the main kind of layout, just to kind of get a vibe. And that's actually one thing I wanted to do on stream today, but I am trying to like get all the Arcana and stuff caught up with the new format before I do it. So I have a feeling I won't be able to get to it on stream today, but it certainly is coming down the pipeline. All right, let's test this one. I'm going for more of like dark fantasy, so things are a little bit more desaturated and just have a general like darker vibe. And I'm going for that kind of like foggy forest vibe, like Willow, old school Willow style. So that looks good. All right, let's look at rank 3. Rank 3. And it'll make sense once it's actually like detailed. Like right now it's just like barely any detail at all, just because again it was just the blocking, just to see where everything landed with the parallaxing and general kind of color scheme and all that business. So it's just a work in progress. I have to iterate that because I'm like not proud of like the level of detail that's there right now. There is none. So I'm like, it's gonna look better. I swear to Pete, it's gonna come together. All right, that's all good. Next step. Let's whip out a wave of orcs. 1. Level ID 1. Wave 1. Enemy ID, give me an orc. And let's do a singular orc. And then on wave 2, let's do another orc. Let's actually just blow it up. Let's say 50 orcs on both sides. Let's see what happens. Oh God, 50 orcs. Still, even the blocking. I'm loving the looks of Misty Woods. Yeah, that's the hope. All right, so let's test this one first. Is that matching the base one? See, why is that? That's acting like the middle one. It's probably not, because of the new positioning, it doesn't realize that it's not the middle. So it's not acting like the low. And the middle's like the high, I think the middle one is acting like the top one. I think it's going the same distance. That's what's going way beneath. And then the low one is going super low because of the new height. So let's look at the code again. We need to assess. Oh man, you're still streaming? How long have I been going? Seven hours. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get these Arcanas caught up. I'm not ending stream till I get these Arcanas caught up. We're getting there. 7 hours. Only 7 hours. Pretty short for a game dev stream. I just get locked in, and this is definitely a hefty task that I have placed upon my shoulders. The node index should handle everything. You got this. Yeah. Well, my first time joining on your stream twice. Lazy man. Yeah, I'm excited to get the detail going for the background. I think the new look is going to be way more of a vibe. And I'm just happier to be doing the tall trees and just get rid of like kind of the enclosed mini tree look that I had before. I was like kind of chibi style in a way, like making the tree like a big tree, but the enemies almost compared in a way that it didn't seem like big enough, and now it seems like the tree is like truly towering over them, and that like really, that's really what I was going for. What determines, okay, it is node index. So then that should be dialed in. So then it's the sprite that must be messed up. I'm gonna put some sort of guide on it. So it seems like the big one is good. But then when it gets to the medium, it looks like it's messed up. Like it's not properly triggering this one. So I'm going to put, this is like when I just want to clearly differentiate what is actually showing up, because logically it seems like I should be only seeing the middle one here. And if we map out actually the entire distance that it goes, that way I can just see it guts out. That'll be nice. All right, so this is going to be temp guide, and we're going to say you are for the entire middle section, and you're going to be that yellow. Let's make it a nicer yellow. Got orangey, a gold. Something that just doesn't blow my face up, my eyeballs. All right, so let's spread that frame. So that whole section, that is all about the mid. And then we got lower, low section, and you are going to be blue. So we got blue for low. Look at that little section. See, I'm positive what we're gonna see is only, for whatever reason, the upper section showing. Let's see, upper attack, upper idle. And then for this section, we're going to put purple. Purple, let's saturate that a little bit. It's more of a violet. And then you come down to here. Here. It's all the way to the base. I'm gonna put you over the entire section. What? And all like this. So that's purple for the upper, yellow for the mid, and blue for the lower. So now we'll have a very clear guide as to which section is what. And export. And this is 60 by 161. So let's take a look. What shows up? Now I got 50 orcs coming from both left and the right. 100 orcs overall. So let's see, this one should be purple. Purple. Good. This one should be yellow. I think it's purple. I knew it! I knew it! This one should be blue. It's gonna be purple or yellow. Oh my god, they're all fucking purple. Why? Aren't there nodes? Is it because the new node sections? There's some reason why the node indexes are not being properly updated. That's the deal. So I think the work I did on the sprites was correct, hopefully, but programmatically there is some sort of parsing that I didn't update yet. So we got to take it from the top. So we came in, we are a ground melee. The secondary image is positioned correctly. The orientation, the relative orientation of the main sprite is correct even when it's the wrong section. It's just calling the wrong parts of the map. And so, let's see. This is attack 3 lower. I didn't change the amount of frames per animation. So I shouldn't have had to have updated the sprite sheet at all. It's already mapped out. So that's the Thornblade. What am I looking at that for? So that's... Okay, so here we have the steel tooth saw. And it says it's locked on its side. It's a ground. Node intro shown. True. Set to true because there is no special intro. Side 1. Melee attack offset -1. Melee attack offset 7. Then we got the origin and the attack origin. There's really not much to it here. So it's all comes down to the ground melee function. This is what does it. Now, I did change the positioning of the X value of the nodes. Let's review that real quick, just in case that's going to affect things. So we go up to where we build level. Come down to the nodes. The node grounds. Okay, so trunk left is... So the X position is 337 now for ground left. So I'll write that down. 337 for the left, and the right is 403. So that's slightly changed because I actually expanded the width of the tree. It's now a thick tree. We don't need this anymore. Probably don't need this. So let's take a look. X is greater than 389, or if X is less than 391. That shouldn't matter. 335 is... Oh, see, look, right there. If X is less than 330... Less than or equal to 337. Well, I don't think that would change. $405. Oh. You know what? Those don't need to change because that's determining whether or not it's considered a close range target. That's not relative to the placement of Arcana at all. And when we come in, you lost a Mac Mini. I feel like Mac Minis would be easy to lose. They're just tiny little things. Okay. This is where it goes wrong. It's specifying... It's like acting as if everything is either node 3 or node 6. So perhaps each one considers itself node 3 or node 6. Why? Where does it determine that? So when we load the Arcana, where does it specify what node it's on? Node index, please. Node index. This part of it seems like it'd be locked in. Like, what the hell? I for sure need to create a reference to this nodes. I could optimize the shit out of this function. So here is where I'm specifying the node index. That has to be accurate. All right. All right. We're going to just have to run a debug. Something is amiss, and I have no idea what it is currently. Something is amiss. All right, so we're going to run left side node. What node do you think you are, buddy? You're node 4. Maybe when it runs the attack sequence, it actually does the appropriate attack. And my sprite is messed up. Okay, so then it's always using the purple to set up, but this is way off. Why? Did I line it? Oh, shit. So I lined everything up to the top. All right, all right, all right. So if we go to the original, let's go to Steel Tooth. 4 version 4. So if I go to this upper and then I go to middle upper, it's identical. And I go to lower upper, it's identical. So they start in the same position. They're all starting from the same position. So that's, the sprite is off. So then let's get rid of this. So basically when we're here, this upper position at the top isn't matching this position or this position. So we have to adjust to move everything up. So that's where they aligned. So we have to move everything up respectively to match the top. At least I figured out what it is, guys. Oh. I feel like I need a snack. You know when you figure something out and you're just like, you know what to do to fix it, and so you understand the little bit of work that you got to do, and then you're just like, ugh. Before I do it, I just want to eat a snack and charge up and then just hit it. I already did the work of figuring out what I need to do. The leader in me, the manager, the boss, he's like, all right, worker part, this is what you got to do. And the worker part of me is like, I'm on lunch. Shut the fuck, leave me alone. I want to eat a snack and I'll do it later. How do you think I got 400 pounds? Because you put stuff off. I think I have a burrito left, but I don't think I want to have like a full meal. Just want a little snack, a little pick me up. I'm getting like mentally. That is the one thing, the one drawback of like when I ramble on stream for a long time. It's, you know, it's draining. Your brain consumes the glucose. But you know the facts. Just as Shader knows, we all know. We've got storage. I can just push forward, no big deal. Let's just get this done because it's not that big a deal. And how do I want to line this up? And then I think after I get this done, I'm probably be like another 20 minutes or so. And then I'm probably gonna, I might consider raiding at that point because I feel like if I feel up to it, then we will also fix the tooltips. But because that would be the last little bit of the technical, like the interface stuff that we would need to fix. And so I might just do that. So if we get this done and then the tooltip correction, then I think I might raid and take a break. And then at that point, all I would need to do over the weekend is just paint up the background, which will be good because I feel like when I'm painting backgrounds on stream, people tend to, I get hyper focused, and I don't think it's as entertaining when I'm working on long form like art projects like that. But there's going to be so much to get done that even after a couple of days of working on it, probably when I come back on Monday, there will still be shit to do. And it's getting closer to Christmas, guys. What day is Christmas on? Next Wednesday. So yeah, I'll for sure be streaming on Monday. But I'm probably going to take Christmas off, guys. I'm probably going to take Christmas off, which is a Wednesday when I normally stream. But I'll for sure be streaming Monday and Friday. And maybe I'll do like a Thursday stream or something. And unless I'm really feeling it on Christmas, maybe I'll show up, but probably won't. I'm probably just going to relax because I feel like I've been going nonstop for the past 6 months. And I think I need to take like a few days sometimes. If you guys are trying to get into computer science, you want to be a professional programmer, there's one thing you have to understand. You know, it's like if you work as a teacher, you get 3 months off a year. But if you're a programmer, you don't ever get any time off ever. Ever. And if you take time off, literally people are like, why are you going on vacation? Because when you stop, when like you leave, the entire project comes to a grinding halt. So like if you want to get into coding, just know that you're like setting yourself up for working perpetually for the rest of your life. You will always be working. Okay? And I'm like used to it. So I even though I'm doing my own thing, I'm working every day constantly. But it's good to take breaks, guys. It's good to take breaks. Have much fun. You earned it. Thank you, guys. Got any plans for Christmas? I'm just going to be kicking back. You know, just hanging with some family and opening a few gifties. Maybe put together a little feast. Just go grocery shopping. But nothing too crazy. I think the only thing I'm lacking right now is some eggnog. That's my only regret. And if I get myself some eggnog, maybe some cookies. Then I'll be set. It'd be cool to do like a little turkey dinner. Thanksgiving was so good. I kind of want to make like stuffing again. I kind of want to like make some like mashed potatoes and make a turkey and make some ear schnash. I think I'm just getting hungry, but make a little feast, maybe. I haven't really thought about it. I've just been thinking about game, guys. All I think about is game. I have no life. My life is game. Game is life. So we gotta go up here. But yeah, Christmas should be fun. I'll be opening a few gifties. Make a nice treat. Perfect. Gonna fix it right up. You guys doing something nice? Eggnog, let's go. I do the dairy-free eggnog. Because even though I've rebuilt my gut and I can eat lactose again. Like I was lactose intolerant for many years. And then suddenly I can eat cheese and drink milk again and eat ice cream. But I like spent so much time not eating ice cream, not drinking milk, that I just can't even fathom doing it. So all I eat now is cheese because cheese is great. But I still have like almond milk, and like when I make mashed potatoes, I use cashew milk. And when I do eggnog, I do the dairy-free stuff. It's really good. It's just one of those idiosyncrasies. It's like, I'm not even lactose intolerant anymore, but I just like dairy-free stuff. I got so used to it. I'm like, I'm in. It's what I want. I get what I want. You get out of my way. You know what I love? I love putting that eggnog into my coffee. Oh my God. It doesn't even take much. You need like 2 tablespoons. And it's just so rich. Rich. Oh God. So good. Oh, la, 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 la. La, 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 la. Delicious. All right, that one's done. So glad we figured out what was wrong with this. I'm gonna crush this. You'd have some, but you have bourbon. Yeah, I don't drink alcohol. I very rarely drink alcohol, and I recently got like some Coronas, some beers, and I didn't like them. I ended up throwing them out. And I mean, to be fair, like, I don't know, like, it just, beer, like, alcohol hasn't been hitting for me lately. And I normally love beer, but I'm just like, I can't fuck with alcohol. I'm completely boring. All I have is eggnog sometimes, and like the occasional like chocolate biscotti. I'm a very simple man. I just have coffee. That's my drug. How do you even make eggnog? I just use I just use the eggnog from the store. Beta, you actually making it? Egg yolk, sugar, milk, heavy cream, vanilla, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Oh, it's delicious. But wait, what about the alcohol? You add a little... Oh yeah, I don't think you would put alcohol in eggnog and then store it. Wouldn't that like curdle it or something maybe? I don't know what the effects of alcohol on the egg would be, but... rum and brandy work. Yeah, Shader's a big alcohol lover. He lives at alcohol. It's awesome you get rid of lactose intolerance. I know, like I rebuilt my gut. I just ate vegetables again, and I don't know what happened. I just started taking care. I like literally, like whenever I'm like counting calories, I always input what I eat into the chronometer. And it tells me like how many vitamins and minerals and stuff that I have. And literally every time, every single amino acid, every single vitamin, every single mineral, everything is off the charts. Like the nutrition that I eat on a daily basis, I get like all the fiber, all like the hydration, minerals, vitamins. I crush it all because I'm like, I love just healthy, good food, man. Come on. And I grew up eating like Pop-Tarts and cornflakes and did not know anything about it. It's like, certainly as an adult, I just figured it out. Fafado, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, I was able to rebuild my gut health, and now I can eat lactose again. That's like the power of nutrition. It's awesome. It's really good. But lately, yeah, like I need to lose a little bit of poundage. This winter has been hard. I've been putting too much sit time into the game, and I need to get back into working out. So that's the one part of my health that's been suffering. I exercise a little bit, you know, I keep my like heart health up, but I need to burn some calories for sure. But I'm like really stressed out just trying to put everything into the game. So you know how it goes. It's fine not to add alcohol. Do what makes you happy. That's what I say, man. If you like alcohol, drink alcohol. Fine. I just, for sure, lately been, for whatever reason, just not into it. Just been into coffee at all hours of the day, which is probably why my sleep schedule is always messed up as hell. You can buy eggnog at most stores. I recommend the dairy-free kind. Like the lactate kind is like the best kind. It's so good. You can call it what it is, Rian. I'm a goddamn alcoholic. That's your own assessment. I don't know you. I'm not going to accuse you of something that I have no information on. I should specify grocery stores, maybe not a furniture store. What? Why? Let's not have meme of trying to buy clothes at the soup store. Would you buy your suit at the toilet store? I love lowbrow humor. It's the best. Yo, they do sell it here and it's pre-mixed with rum. Oh, so they do put alcohol like directly in. So it does store with it. Okay. Yeah. What makes milk curdle? Like when you put certain things together, it like curdles milk. What is that? What am I thinking? It's not alcohol, I guess, but something. Okay. Acid, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, Shader, the only thing I'm going to say to you about alcohol consumption, the thing that you should be most concerned with is when you drink alcohol, especially regularly, every time you take alcohol into your body, you reset your gut. You like all of your microbes in your gut are like destroyed and you have to rebuild your gut from scratch every time. And every time I drink alcohol, that's what I think. I'm like, is it worth like wrecking my gut for this? Like you got to take probiotics and build back up. And most of the time I talk myself out of it. I'm like, I've been having like a nice gut feeling lately. I don't want to fuck with that. But sometimes you need to change a state too. Sometimes you just want to get fucked up. So, you know, you pick your battles. So make sure you replenish your minerals and your, good veggies to feed that gut, feed that healthy gut. They say you should have at least like 30 plus different vegetables, every week. And I think I maybe do like 15 to 20 max of different vegetables. I don't have like, they recommend you have like 60 different vegetable types. You know, like it's always like as many vegetable types as you can possibly get because every single vegetable uniquely feeds your gut and makes it stronger. But I'm like, nah. There's only so much I can take. What's up? Big boy, let's go. Yo, how's Starground going? What's going on, man? Guys. Big boy raid, let's go. Guys, check out Big Boy's working on a sick game. I think you even got a publisher, didn't you? Should be demoed, be doing the demoing thing now. Pog, let's go. How you doing, man? It's going pretty good, man. I'm like reworking my game right now, so the background is a bit raw, but my tower defense is coming along. Like right now I'm like rebuilding the nodes and stuff like that, but there's like a lot of progress to the game. I even started the deck builder system a little bit, but that's just started building that, so that the interface stuff isn't fully developed. But I do have localization implemented, so this is all like all the text is coming through like the localization system, which is sick. But eventually you're gonna be able to select a card and then it'll do stuff. But right now I'm working on getting the alignment of these new Arcanas to work, because I just made it so the tree nodes are like way bigger now, way taller. So they're in a new position. And I gotta get the tooltips to align correctly. So yeah, like I just reworked the background, so it looks kind of raw right now. But, yeah, the game's coming along. It's going really good. Today you just sort of messed around, added commands into the game. Nice. Yeah, your game is looking really polished, man. Some of them are pretty dangerous and scary, but they're still fun. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, thank you so much for the raid, man. Feel free to lurk and go take care of yourself. Yeah, I can't wait to actually get this part polished, but it's hard to. I mean, I just recently started implementing like the interface stuff, so like you can see like little portraits for the current target that you have. Shows a little bit of information about that, so that's been another progression, but the game is just like in this weird transition spot, so I'm like, it's coming together, I promise. I've like redrawn the backgrounds many times, and I'm like finally said I need to do it again, and I just can't help myself. I just keep redoing shit. You know how it is. I'm a little bit of perfectionist on this stuff, and I need to settle at some point. I need to settle down and just be like, this is it. I've had enough. You loving the new background? The perspective is looking a lot better now. Thanks, man. Yeah, I just wanted more of the dark fantasy vibe, more foggy feel. And then also the benefit of this new view is the tree is a lot larger, just more spacious. So it has more of a general, compositionally, there just feels like there's more space. And it adds more like space to attack the air units and stuff like that. And it also leaves more space so that when I add Arcana, I can add additional, because every time I upgrade an Arcana, it gets bigger. And I only have 3 ranks at this point, but I want to put up to 6. And so if making things bigger is like my indication of leveling up, now I have more space to like level things up. So yeah. That's another thing. But yeah, like there's the background has like no detail yet. It's going to get detailed. It's just blocked out right now. So it's kind of like, don't look at it yet. But it still kind of captures the essence, the kind of color vibe, the palette a little bit. So you kind of get the essence, but yeah, it's going to be nice when it gets fully detailed and fully finished. But first things first, I got to get all this, all these Arcanas lined up to the new node positions. So I got this some groundwork to do here. Trying to get this stuff sorted out, and then I'm going to be getting the tooltip to realign to the correct position. All right, so that's good. And the last one, it wasn't that hard of a change. It's not that hard. We were just talking about eggnog and what we're going to do for Christmas. And I think what we're all going to be doing for Christmas is drinking eggnog. I love putting eggnog in my coffee. And I really want some now. I really want some. I have to hit the grocery store. Grab some goodies. I want to do a feast for sure. Cook something nice. I feel like tradition with my family tends to be turkey on Thanksgiving and like a ham, honey baked ham for Christmas. The only thing is though, like the honey baked hams I've seen lately are like tiny and they're super expensive. So I might have to say no to that, but maybe not. I like ham, but I also don't like getting ripped the fuck off. You know what I'm saying? All right, I think we're good to go. Let's test it. All right, so we're going to test it in the second position. Yeah. Ooh, the electricity is off. Is it on any? Is it on this one? Yeah, it's off on all of them. So why is the electricity off? It's like one below. So we need to get that lined up. Are the upgrades lined up? Let's look at rank 2. So that, the upgrade electricity is on. Okay, that looks good. All right, rank 3. Rank 3 looks good. I think I'm gonna, I don't know. I think I need to make it so that the saw blade actually just stays behind all the enemy types the entire time. Because I have it like blending in with them and it just kind of, maybe it's not going low enough. It looks like it might be still a little high. I just don't like how it overlaps the enemies when it's not on like the same like plane. When they're like in a deep lane, like right, this guy's in a deep plane, it like looks like it cuts him in half. I think I'm just gonna make sure that it doesn't blend and it just stays behind the entire time. It's either that or I need to make it so that it adapts, like it hits the lane, like it hits the lowest lane. The lowest lane. Hey, you guys see the new Superman trailer? We gotta hit the lowest lane. Well, cause like, but that means it would look messed up. I think if I just put it behind, it'll look decent. The other thing I could do is like limit the amount of lanes. It's one of those things that I want to make it look better because I just don't like how it kind of like overlaps and it looks kind of off. But I think if it's always behind, that would kind of like blanket kind of solve the issue. Without me having to really think about it. Because like I could have it so that it matches the Y coordinate of like the lowest enemy. But like then there would be enemies that are like slightly up that would still be hit by it. It might look weird. So let's start by just putting it behind, and then we also got to figure out real quick, why is the electricity off when it comes in? So when it initially comes in, there's your answer. It's because I didn't reposition the electricity. Guys, I've got to reposition the electricity. Shit. How high up does it go? Let's get it to just go up to that box. So this guy... All right, just do 2 below that. Fine. 2 below. Just, it does seem a little excessive, this little one on the bottom, so we're going to get rid of that. Get rid of, get rid of. All right, let's take it for a test drive. Maybe it needs to lower to the enemy lane, the one it wants to attack, and just extend the going down from the tree based on that. Yeah, my problem is the fact that I have like 6 full lanes, and so like it is possible for enemies to be in both, you know, lane 2 and lane 6 at the same time, and or multiple lanes at once. And so like right now I have each one hits a particular lane specifically, and it sticks to that lane. And it would look the best, obviously, if it went after individual enemies. But, like, you know, maybe I should make it so that it just, like, blanket spreads out the entire lanes. So, like, it always hits the... Like the scenario that I'm afraid of, like if I make it an adjustable base, what I'm most afraid of is that it's going to go like, it's going to be lane 6. But then like a lane 2 enemy is going to come, and then it's going to look awkward. Or it's going to be like a lane 1 and then a lane 6 guy is going to come up. It's going to look awkward. Like, I feel like it's almost unavoidable, because you can see, like, I have, like, a bunch of different lanes for these dudes. Like, 6 of them. Or even more. And look at it. There's so many of them. That's like, how do you account for all the different lanes? And I can't have it, like, attack, like, the specific lane, because it's attacking the entire... front line Like if it hits one of these guys, it'll hit like all of them. Not, I think there's like an upper limit. I think I have it so that Arcana can only hit so many enemies at once. So if there's like 100 enemies, it can only hit like up to like 8 of them. But like it'll just randomly pick them. But that's like 8 different lanes, or you know, whatever it is. So it's not cut and dry. So let's just start by pushing it behind. So it's just changing the draw order. And I think when we load the Arcana, do I put it into... We're going to look at the draw order, and I'm pretty sure when it gets... when it gets into... drawing the Arcana, it either pushes it to the front because it's a melee. Yeah, right here. If it is a melee type and it is not ground locked, it puts it behind. See, right there is probably where I could put the ground lock. But see, I think here I do like a mix. No, not there. But here, I mix it based on, like it can change its actual draw order based on, unless I force it to be in front. I don't think I do that. So this one is, let's see. And this saw is AoE. It's a little bit AoE, yeah. There probably will not be a perfect height. See, that's the problem, is there's no perfect. It's because I have so many different lanes. Like if I had them all perfectly, like every single enemy perfectly on one Y coordinate, then it would solve all my problems. But then if you have 2 similar enemy types at the same X position, then you wouldn't know. There could be like 100 of them and you wouldn't know, you know? So like by putting them in different lanes, it's at least you get an idea of like how many enemies are actually there. So it's trying to make it work for these different scenarios. It makes sense to use AoE attacks against an army. A lot of these, yeah, like a lot of the Arcana are AoEs. And I have it so that it will have an upper limit. Like it won't like just attack an infinite amount of enemies. Even if they're in range, it'll only hit like up to like, you know, 5 or whatever the limit is set. That can be like modified in the database to whatever. Because I just wanted to make sure that weapons weren't like overpowered, basically. But I also like it's... especially for weapons that have short range, they have a wide girth. Like they can hit pretty much all the enemies that would be there at that given moment. So if it's melee, if it's ground locked. Yeah, so right here is where I'm doing, I guess I just force it to the outside. So you know what? Let's just move this. This is just for melee ground locks. So that might include... might include the Piranhas. But let's just put this up here. So that's the sprites. This is hero. The node. Yes, the nodes themselves. And that's the secondaries. Yes, and then we draw. Here is the melee. And then we're going to add an ore. So this is if it's the Thornblade or the wait a second. I do have stuff for the ground locked, but only if it's like hits a certain limit. You know what? I'm actually going to just duplicate this and save that, just in case I want to come back to that approach and don't have to remember this. So then I would get rid of that check altogether. So basically, if it's the ground, then it's just always behind. Let's just try this and see how it looks, because maybe this is the blanket solution that it'll look fine. Because if it hits like an enemy and it's at its waist, then it can at least be behind him. And the only time it might look odd is if like the enemy is like in a higher lane and the and it's lower. I think what I'm going to end up having to do is put in logic so that it would go to the lowest or like perhaps like the middle, the most mid lane, to basically make sure that it's not like it's approximately in a decent place visually. But this might be good enough for now, at least. This is with the tiny one. So that's it on the behind. So you see how it's like the saw blade is always behind the enemies, but you can see them getting hit by it. I mean, it already, like, in the lanes that these guys currently are in, it's already good. Like, that's preferable. So these guys that are in the lower lanes, that's what I want to see. But yeah, like, I wish I didn't have so many effing lanes that this would be an issue. The other thought that I had was to make it so that when it is basically like always like the lowest one would hit like the outside lane, the middle one would always hit the middle lane, and the upper one would always hit the most inside lane. But they would like skip the lanes in between. And so it always just kind of like blanket hit all the lanes and just do what it does. I'd say the only downside is when they're on the inside, it's like you can't really see what the saw is doing. This one, it's bigger, it's not too bad. Like right here, that's like an awkward situation. It's like on lane 1, but it's hitting a lane 6 guy. So I think it would be nice if I could do something more to help refine it. Like, at least make it capable to adapt so that if it's like literally just hitting one enemy, like whatever the main enemy it's hitting, it's at least trying to be aligned with that. Because like right there, like this is the situation on the right is like the worst situation right there. Orc is in the outside lane, and of course they're stuck on the inside like that. Honestly, I think the saws would look better if they were spread out anyways. This fucking song every time. Every time. I was like, what is this like fucking song? No more will you torment me, song, with your weird vocal melodies. It's off the list forever. It's meant to be a jolly song, but I'm fucking sick of it. All right, so I am going to mess with the heights a little bit. And you know what I'm just going to go for is a... I'm going to go for a kind of still a generic approach first and not think of it in like as in it's adapting. It wouldn't be that hard to adapt it. But I'm thinking if it did a nice like spread out position, it might look good. Like so like what I was initially suggesting is the top one is the most inside lane, the middle one is the mid lane, and the bottom one is the outside lane. It's just, it would be, I mean, come on, it probably would be the best if I just make it so that it aligns to the enemy that it is mainly targeting, the primary target, and then it just orients around that target. And any side enemies, it just is what it is. But that way, at least for the main target, the person in front is dealt with. Once it hits the base, once it hits a certain frame, then I can have it, honestly, I kind of like it when it's in front of the enemy, but, I also like the idea that when it's behind the enemy, you can still click on the enemy clearly, see what's going on with the enemies. If it covers all the enemies, you'd still be able to click on them and target them individually, whatever, but like you'd visually be obscured from it because it's not like the saw is transparent. But I kind of get the feeling that putting the saw in front is going to feel more impactful. Like it felt more impactful before when it was in front, because that's when I would have it like when it's coming down the tree, it'd be behind, and then when it would hit the front, that's when you know it was like hitting stuff and attacking. Le gasp. Malcolm the Jester has broken free. He now controls the Kyra gem, source of all the magic in Kyrandia. Oh, did you kill one of my saws? Did you kill one of my saws, boy? You deserve a couple of piranhas. I also wanted to see how they look, because I think now, no, they are ground units, so I think they're going to be considered, they're going to be drawn back, so they should be behind. But that works. These guys are too powerful. They're too powerful. They're just too weak. So let's do some consideration on the Y and have like an adaptable set. I think right now though, they might be on the same Y coordinate. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, right now, at the very least, I put them all in the same Y coordinate. So that actually makes it even more perfect for like modifying its position. So I'd have to hit the base of their detection. Looks awesome. There's something satisfying about orc getting mowed down by saw blades. We're going to try to make it a little bit more satisfying. Lazy, thanks for hanging, man. I appreciate you. So right now, all the saw blades are like, they are on the same Y coordinate. So we are going to, I'm going to try to put in some code to make them adapt to the enemy that they are hitting. And I know I should know things about the enemy. Let's see what we know. Let's stop this. And all right, so when we hit the Arcana, what do we know? Like, we know our target, but node, do we have access to the target X and Y? We know, we should know the X, but do we know the Y? Am I passing the Y on the target? Let me see. Target Y, target Y. Yeah, but we don't know the target Y. What is the target Y? We got to get specifics here. So target Y on the Arcana. Am I even setting it? This is where it should be set. Oh, here, it's set with the target point. No, it's not. No, that's the target point of the actual arcana. That's different, actually. Shit. So... is the target Y? Maybe it's fed in by... That's off the data? This is not correct. So what we want is enemy Y. That's target. So that's like the target point of the actual... in the Arcana, the target is... I think melee target is the actual enemy target. That's... there's a few targets going on here. So target ID on the melee attack, or we need this on the ground melee. So we have the attack origin X on the target X. What is that? Okay, that target point I think is correct. Welcome back after your nap. What's up, Cave? So does that mean we know the Y? Yeah, that looks like it's the proper X. Are we processing the target Y at all? All right, we'll load up the Y. We never considered it before, but we're considering it now. Better. Hello. All right, so we've got our Y. What do we do now? Did I hard code that somewhere? Yeah, I set it here as the lower node Arcana Y. What the hell is that? Is that from the database? So I feedered its lower position. And that comes in on the instantiation of the Arcana. So here it is. Am I already doing something with this? Why would I have needed this? Because this is like suggesting that I'm dynamically setting this, but I'm like locking it in. But is it being utilized somehow? Oh, here it's getting, what is this? Oh, steel tooth saw. Oh, that's for the Thornblade. Yeah, that's Thornblade stuff. And then here, I don't set it to that. I just say the melee origin, the Y doesn't change. So we do want it to remain at its initial Y position. You just do a little programming and then just have a chill night? Nice. Sounds good, man. Welcome in. So I have the, it's set to the Y of the Arcana. So then I have to adjust it, and I think the target point Y is like the middle of the enemy. So the target, where do we set the Arcana sprite target equals? So there's 6 places where I set this. Oh my gosh, and I got the detection right here. That's what we need. Okay, so we've got the detection already. So let's come into the ground melee. And we don't need to set... I guess we could set that. What we would want is the target detection rectangle y plus target detection rect height minus the height of the Arcana. And we would also want to factor in what position it's in. So if it is so we got to do this. We have to run this condition here. So here we say shit. Melee attack origin Y will equal, we will subtract 5 pixels. The middle we will do nothing. So let's see if it is 5 or 8. It'll be the lower. And here we will add 5. So this way, it'll always be like hugging the enemy. And what I can end up doing is making it so that the one in the back renders behind and the 2 in the front render in front. And it'll spread it out too, so it'll look more savage because it'll have like that spread. And I just hope that this is enough of a spread that it looks cool, but it's not too far that it looks weird. But let's see, where do we enforce the melee attack Y? So we come down to here, we say melee attack I think I always had it start from the origin point and then it would like go diagonally down. So what I needed to do is when it hits a certain frame, well, no, see, that's what this easing does. Let's just see what it does right now before I get too deep into it. Just let it show me what it does, and then I can analyze it later afterwards. Before I build it though, actually, I'm going to revert the draw function. So now it's going to draw in front. Maybe just having it in front would be the best, but I did have the -5 on the Y for that inside one. Yeah, this saw blade is one of the more complicated arcanas because of how much animation and like how big the sprite is and stuff, and just with this positioning, it's tricky because it just has to make it look good, but it's a very 2D element that is moving around a lot, and so I'm trying to make it a little bit more adaptive on the Y. But I'm pretty sure the way that I had it designed initially here was that it would come down at the same Y position, and then it would like go to the new Y from that position. So it's gonna like move diagonally towards the enemy from what I understand. So let's see what happens. Okay, that Y is way off. So that is what it's doing though. So at least that part is clear. Okay, so for the lower ones, having that subtraction of height is not gonna work. So I think I need to analyze the distance of height for the lower ones. It seems to only want to work correctly for the top one that actually has the entire height. Where the other ones, it's going to be based on its Y position to that X position. So let's see. So here I'm saying the target detection Y minus the target detection, or plus the target detection height. So then that puts us at the foot of the enemy. And from there, I'm saying subtract the entire height, but the height is not consistent when it's the lower guys. It is consistently hitting at the same place. And we store that as the melee attack origin. So it would be, so the melee attack or is it melee? Melee origin dot y. So we've got tree here, we got the node here, we've got our melee origin Y, we've got the enemy Y. So what do we know? We know the height. We know we can get that lower thing by just saying node do we have access to the nodes? I think I need to also leverage that lower Y thing. Lower node Arcana Y right there. So we do know consistently where the Y position is for the upper node, which is 9, 10. Wait a second. How did I save the offset? Do I even save it? So load Arcana. When I'm computing the lower main, I'm getting that Arcana offset. The offset. Okay, so that's the height to the base Y. So then that would put it relative to each one. So we still need to, once it gets to the bottom, basically the frame before it hits the base, I guess actually as it's animating, we could be animating it down to its position. Because I'm running a sprite sheet animation of the saw blade running down the side of the tree. And as it's running down the side of the tree, I could be running a dynamic animation that's adjusting the Y. Now, that animation itself is actually only going to be like 5 frames down the Y coordinate. So it's like the Y axis. It's not going to be a massive animation. It's just like an adjustment to get it on the lane. Oh shit, it just fell off the earth. Oh, I got it way off. Something's way off. Right, so the fix works for the other ones, but for the top one, wait. Was it for the other ones too? When it's the edge of the tree, it's fine. So it's... Maybe it's not the melee origin then. It is... I need to save like an init Y. Did I already have an init Y? Yes, I have an init Y. But I have not really needed a set for the Arcanist before this. What's up, Rugs? So the init Y minus baseline. should be a consistent height. But it's going to be baseline minus a knit Y. Baseline minus baseline is going to be, so 910 is the actual Y coordinate of the node plus the height plus the offset, which should put that base as, that's the Y coordinate down there. So that's going to be big number minus the smaller number, the init Y. This is smaller number. So big number minus small number. And then target Y plus the height minus the height. You dozing off, gotta sleep. Good luck, Ryan. Have a good night. Thank you, Shader. It's funny, people getting sleepy. Doesn't even seem late. Usually we're up all night. Our schedules are just too wild these days. Always in flux, moving around. Rest well, Shader. Working on some homework, gotta lurk up. Let's go, get it done. Get it done. Yeah, I'm likely not gonna last much longer myself, but I am determined to win. I want this to work before I melt into oblivion. Dynamically moving saw blades. That's one of the beautiful things about this shakeup. It's like I'm revisiting some of this stuff as I'm reworking it, and it allows me to give it like a nice little refinement if it works out. Okay, that looks like 5 backwards. So yeah, it's like moving the Y. So we have to make it so that it hits the Y right at the base. So there, it's like adjusting Y. So I like how it spreads out. In terms of its ordering, so yeah, like it's moving into position after it hits the base. Which I think is a little bit odd looking. So we need it to like hit the X that it intends to hit right away. And then have the inside one always on the draw order on the back, and then the other ones can be in front. So yeah, like that's how I initially coded it, to like move to the lane. But I didn't love it. And I didn't put in this adjustment that I have now where it like is spreading them out so it looks nice and chunky. It's totally moving at an angle there. If I don't do that though, like if it moves down to the outside lane, like it basically has to like move at like this diagonal to work. I think the only thing that I could really do to fix it up is like make sure that the inside one is always rendered behind, so that when it like intersects at like the midpoint of the enemy, that it's always behind. It kind of needs to just be like always in front. If it's going to be in front, I have it so that it's like it hits the first 20 frames on the back end and then it comes to the front. So I think it would need to, I mainly do it for the, well, this is like the saw blades being more adaptive and just hitting the right thing. So let's just at least change the draw order stuff a little bit. So I'm going to say, instead of saying on the -19, again, we will save this. And we're going to say, if it is the ground locked, it's ground locked and it's close range, we'll put it on the inside. Or it's ground locked or it's an upper node, then always draw it backwards. And on the foreground, If it's a close range false and its node Y is greater than 910, so it's a lower node, then it'll draw in front. So it's a little bit of a different draw order. This is without making any sort of adjustment to the Y animation initially. Like the whole thing is once it's this song's starting to repeat, isn't it? First of all, we can probably get rid of this repeat of it. And second of all, I think we could probably move off the Halloween. The Halloween music. No. Ooh, columns? Man, this one takes me back. All right, let's see what we got. I have to claw our way out of this one. So when it's on the inside, it just renders behind. So this is, I can tell why I didn't want to do this initially, because it's all moving and grooving around. It 100% has to hit the lane at the base of the tree and then just hit the lane straight on, because I think saw blades don't feel right when they're kind of moving on the Y too much. I guess it's not the end of the world, though. It's just the reason I'm like hesitant about it hitting the lane at the base is that it's going to look like it's like leaving the tree. While it still looks like it's cropped into the tree, basically. Which is a bit of an issue. But it's gonna, I think it probably overall look tighter. These saw blades, man, they're just endless issues. Endless issues. It's like you make it adapt, it gets weird. And it's at some point you're kind of like, you have to like settle on something. Like something's going to be a little bit flawed about it. And I think probably what's going to be the best is just the... Well, like if the cropping issue were to be avoided, like what if the saw blade just like fell out of the tree and just like went straight into the ground so that it was not worried about the cropping? Like I could do that. That could be like, and that'd only be if it's going to go outside of the tree. So let's just try to get it to hit the Y and just see how it feels before I do anything crazy and different. So on the X, diggy 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 diggy. So we have to add like an adjustment ease. So where's our easing? Melee easing. It's adjustment Y easing. I guess I'll just init Y. X, init Y. Is it melee origin? So it's gonna be, why does it hate that? So it's gonna be init X to melee attack off, no, melee attack origin Y. Isn't this? Why wouldn't it like this? What's up, Apox? You ever end up finishing front art thing you were working on? Oh, the splash art, the capsule art. No, I haven't finished it, no. I did make some like notes of revisions I want to make to it. Some additions I want to make to it, but haven't gotten around to it yet, no. I'm like currently reworking the background of the level, so I've been basically kind of backtracking on that for a little bit, so naturally everything else is getting pushed back. everything's on hold until I get basically caught back up to snuff. But I think it's going to be a very valuable change. So, but I am happy with the direction of the splash page right now. Like, I think it's solid, so it feels good. Just a matter of pushing forward. Oh, it just says SD, not SDL. SDL. SEO. All right, so init X to that. No modifications to the size. Thanks, man. Yeah, like I'm feeling good about it. But here, let me show you the latest and greatest with the. Currently, I'm reworking this level, and so this art is the background is just. Oh, you can't really see it here. Let me. So I made it so the tree's a lot bigger. I'm spreading out the nodes, so I'm having to like change all the weapons and stuff to like work at the different coordinates. And I haven't painted the background yet, but it's blocked out, so it's kind of like the essence kind of color scheme and general layout of the background. So I'm like reworking the background, the color scheme for the spring level here. And so yeah, like this change has really kind of pushed things back. And I just still have to go through and detail the whole background, which I was hoping to get to today live on stream, but I'm just playing catch up on getting all this other stuff working in this new paradigm. And it's allowing me to revisit some old arcanas that needed a little polish. Melee adjustments, Y easing. Question is, how much time do I put into this? It's 0.25 seconds right now. In this animation, is it consistently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's certainly not consistent. Yeah, I wasn't gonna play The Witcher. I wanted to do whatever comes next. Fart holes. That's enough out of you. Looks great so far, though. Thanks, man. It's a work in progress. It's it'll look more together at some point, but I'm just working on these saw blades, trying to make them work. So we have to, I mean, I guess we have to adapt it. We're talking 9 frames divided by 60 frames. It's just going to be 0.1 for this adjustment. Might even do less than that, but all right. We'll just say that that's what it is. So I know I want to enforce it here. And let's see, where's the index? I set the melee easing index here. So then we're going to say, I'm going to take this and we're going to apply it here. Unfortunately, I'm doing this check a little too often, but close range equals false. So that's the adjustment. Okay. So adjustment gets enforced. Where does the counting happen? This one. Perhaps I should put the adjustment in its own index, but it'd be nice if I could just keep it all together. Shit, melee in position. So we can detect up here. If fuck it. It's just too complicated. So melee adjustments index equals 0. Just track its own int. Whatever. Keep it simple. Let's see. You just started the art for your game. Got 8 directional top-down base character all complete after redrawing it 3 times over the past week. Finally happy with it. Working on the main character now. It takes so much time. Yeah, don't I know it, man? That's why we're here. Support each other. Keep it going. It takes a lot of time, and don't be afraid to rework stuff, but also mind your time. Know when something's good enough. Like, I had to have a lot of justifications for going in and reworking the background because I've already like redrawn the background probably about 50 times. And I'm talking about all the way from inception, because initially I would say the first like 30 drafts were like garbage and I was just trying to get it up to like something decent. And then from like draft like 30 to 50, it was all pretty good, but I was trying to hone certain stylizations and certain like coloring, lighting, and I settled on it like for a long time. It's been probably like 4 or 5 months, maybe about 4 months, where I was like, haven't changed the background at all, was just happy with it. And then I started getting into these other arcanas. I found like there were just certain issues that were starting to crop up. And I had these other like reasons, new reasons why I needed to kind of change things around. And so I took the opportunity to kind of just reassess it. And I finally said, all right, let's do it one more time. So I'm on like version 51. I'm like, I hope this is it. Oh God. Feels like it never ends. So you got to be careful. You got to make sure you have a good reason for reworking something. You know, I think the gauge that I've go by, and I've heard another developer use this method too, that you think about the change that you want to implement and you ask yourself, is this going to make things 1% better or like 10% better or 20% better? And if it's like basically breaks a certain threshold, like if it's going to make it like 50% better, you have to do it. If it's going to make it 2% better, you probably don't need to do it. In these changes, I had like 3 major changes, 3 major reasons why it was a good change. And so for me, it was like, this had to be the path. But the question is whether or not it is still the right path. So we need to reverse this when we're going back. Where's the backwards? So this is the reverse. So that's going backwards if it's not close range. So that would do it. Let's test it out. It's gonna look weird when it's a lane 6 and it's like still cropping into the tree, but it'll be into the ground. But maybe it'll look okay. I'm hitting that like deeper level of I'm so tired I can't stop working. You guys ever work so much that you feel like you can't stop? Like you're stuck forever? All there is getting it done. I'm tired. I think I'm getting close to resolving this, and once I do, I think I'm gonna have to not focus on the tooltip thing until later. Oh no, it's not running the adjustment correctly. Let's get this working, and then I'll probably get to call it a day. Okay, so I think it is running. It's just not running for close range items. And I guess the close range is a lot closer than I thought. Or a lot farther than I thought, actually. does seem to be a little bit of a disconnect here. Did I not put in the adjusted? I don't think I put the proper adjustment. I put this adjustment on the attack Y. And that's why. That adjustment needs to come here. After that adjustment, and I kind of want to either increase this or reduce it. I think I'm gonna boil it down. Let's just do 3 and 3. So it'll kind of hug the target a little more. And with that adjustment, hopefully it'll be tighter. But what was the close range assessment? Close range, if it is this close, 403. So basically for me, I was trying to shade little 32, 48 sprites and it started looking muddy and inconsistent. So I cut back all my colors to just 6 for the bodies. Looks more simple, but it's clear now. Yeah, even 6 could be a lot of colors. That's a very solid approach. It's actually an excellent painting exercise to paint with like just 2 colors. For instance, trying to make all like the shapes and volumes with just 2 colors. And it helps you really think as a painter. This way it's like consistently hitting the enemy at the right angle. Probably use a little bit of refinement still, but pump this up. Rank 2. Yeah, one of the secrets about the saw blade is that if you target an enemy in the back of the line, as long as it's in range, it'll go through all the enemies in between the back target and the target. All the in-between targets will get hit. And so like you can have it hit the frontmost target, that's the auto targeting system. But if you actively select the enemy on the back, it'll hit both enemies. Except right there, it didn't do it. Let's see, you gonna work this time? So that looks like it's not functioning correctly right now. Why? Is it because of the new... I think it might be the Y coordinate system change might have like kind of messed things up a little bit, because before I wasn't really adjusting that. Let's see, but this one's in close enough range that it would hit. I think it's probably like there it's working. It's like if I select this guy in the back, then it's hitting this front guy and this guy. Is it just not working on the right side? So right there it worked. Why wasn't it working before? There must be a scenario where it doesn't work. So if they're like on a really different Y, so right there it didn't work. And it might be because they need to be like on a similar Y coordinate maybe. I don't know. I need to figure out why. Sometimes it's intermittent when it's working right now. I built it a while ago, so but now with this adjustment, it's like kind of changed around a little bit. But I think it looks good. I like the new system. I think it actually works like... It works just going straight into the ground like it is. And just having that straight shot, I think, is more important. I want to see more of a trail on it, though. So I think I need to add like a trail to it. I do think one thing needs to be changed, and that needs to be... I guess all I can do is wait for like one frame. That should be enough. Well, actually, let's see. When it comes into it, it goes... let's see. When it's comes back in, second frame, third frame. So it's 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. One, two, three, go. So there's three frames in. From the start. All right, so I'm not using the delay timer. That probably means we need to instantiate it. So where we instantiate it will be, I'm gonna make a little unique pointer here. So when it is the steel tooth saw, we're going to make unique stopwatch and the delay. Wait, it's in milliseconds. So really, we just want to say 50 milliseconds. And then we want to go into here. Am I handling that? Yeah, all right, we handle that in the A sprite. So the DSW is a throwaway. But we're still going to make sure that it is stopped, set, and then restarted. And then when it's completed, so that's just a little teensy refinement. Because it was, I think, looking a little strange as it was like entering into the tree, was still like, is starting to vertically move up when it was still like going in. I am like giving it like a slight delay before it starts that dynamic animation, combining the upward movement with the sprite sheet upward movement. But aside from that, I think it was relatively solid. I do have like the positioning. In terms of its positioning, I do have like that I have like the back saw in the back the whole time. And I try to have it like so that the saws are like surrounding the enemy. But I could potentially have it so that instead of surrounding the enemy, it's starting at the base of the enemy. Oh, looks like it's not running that animation. Oh shit. We are not updating it. So we have to say, we have to run the stopwatch. So if Alright, that should fix that. And I'm gonna stop that. I think I'm actually feeling the idea of, instead of the -3, we're going to say the 4 and the 7 are gonna be +3, +6, and we will We're gonna draw all of them in front. So then at that point, the only awkward overlap is going to be with like the barricade. Actually, like originally was thinking with the barricade, the saw blade would like jump up into the barricade and become part of the barricade for a time. I suppose I could still do something like that. But so now I pushed it so that like all the saw blades are going to be in front, and the most inside one is directly going to be on the Y coordinate of the enemy, and then all of the subsequent ones are below it. Oh, let's get rid of that. We don't need that check. So they're always going to be like in front of the enemy a little bit, unless it's like on the inside like that. So I'm going to do this one as rank 3, this one as rank 2. See how that looks. So it doesn't have to travel as far. If it's, yeah, like if it was combined with the barricade, yeah, that might be... Like it would only go as far as the barricade, but it would require, you know, having it interact with the barricade specifically, but having like the same ability with other defensive arcanas. That would be similar. You know, I think when it's on the inside, especially when it's bigger. It's because like these enemies are like able to walk into it every time. I think I need to make it so that it like pushes the enemies back. Not a throw, but just like a push. Because like each time the saw blade hits them, they're continuing to walk forward. And I for sure, like I wanted to have that functionality because I wanted to make it like difficult to stop the enemies. But I don't think the saw blades have to stop all the enemies that it's hitting, but it should at least stop the target so that like one enemy is getting pushed back. So you get the full clean satisfaction of the interaction. Because I think right now with the whole them walking into it, it's mainly just like the overlap is too much and it visually just starts to not look as impactful. I mean, it's good in the sense that it's like scary that the enemy's like just pushing through and you're like, it's not buying you any time unless you actually do throw them. I think if I put these at rank 3, it'll start throwing. But I think it should consistently push, which I'd have to put in that functionality to be able to like push an enemy. So I'd have to like, it would have to be in a defensive posture and then you just skid back. Unless otherwise thrown. Which it doesn't look like the throw is very common on the saw here. So I think on the damage dealt, which is going to be on the Arcana. So enemy hit. I'm giving the Arcana index, but do I have access to the Arcane? So damage dealt. Collecting damage. What else did I do? Gotta jot down some. Good night, Apox. Thanks for chilling, man. Appreciate you. So let me see. Sensitivities I need to put down. So the Piranhas. Close range on flying units needs to be range. All right. I think I got it working so that the push will work. And let's see, on the Arcana for Piranhas, when you are switching from melee, it's the melee projectile. So now he's like he always at least stops, he's not getting pushed. So at least it's a basic interruption, and I'd like to put a little push in there. So we got the posture in there, but what about the push? And then for this Arcana, should be able to detect. So he's actually get pushed right now. Don't push yet. Is that because of this? What's up, Saber? What's going on? Push posture. That's knockback velocity. How's that set? Does it have 0 knockback? Is that the deal? Come on. The saws for sure has some knockback. Steel tooth saw. It's just super low. The chance is super low. The spaghetti looks so delicious. What's up, dude?
Illegal Graham just subscribed.
Illegal Crown, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you, man. Welcome in. Just trying to figure out why this knockback is not working. Is it too minuscule? I mean, I'm willing to bump it a little bit up. But it has the knockback, so maybe it does need to be a lot bigger. Is it KB Chance that's holding it back? No, that's that. So let's see. Illegal, I hope you're having a good day, man. Oh, I trying to make progress on this new adjustment to the level, and it's got me hyper focused. I'm also nearly brain dead, so I'm moving with only 2 brain cells at a time. So it's like, I think we could just test this. I think we could just run this. Fuck. What are we doing? We want to test the knockback on the saw blade. Push. Push. So it's not pushing. Why? Let's pause it. Pop a breakpoint. Push falls. Push falls. I want to see what happens when it gets to this. Well, it's not even triggering that. We just got some Xmas grocery shopping done and now just chilling out. That's awesome. Looks like it has been a long stream. Indeed. Indeed, sir. Yes. Why wouldn't... The hell? Oh. We're not running this. We gotta compile it to run in debug mode. That's how we're gonna get the real information. Let's get to the bottom of this. See what happens with the knockback. With the push posture. Should work. Plus I put in the functionality so that when the Piranhas is confronted with the dragon, it still uses its range instead of going to melee for a flying unit. We got to fix the saw blades not hitting the middle targets when a back target is selected. So much to do. All right, let's run one saw blade. What happens on the push? Give me the facts. So if we follow the trail. So if kickback velocity is 0, it comes into here and it adds knockback, which we added 10 to next knockback. So knockback is 10. Push posture should be true, so that's true. And it should be KBV times 0.4. So kickback is 4. So then where do we enforce the kickback? So let's look up the KBV. That's computed. And then pushback is here. So where are we running the pushback? On the update animation. Where's update animation called? That is called fresh from here. Huh? Oh, it's there and here. So kickback animation. So this should honestly be called defensive posture true, posture true. So pushback does get called. That looks like it's being called. There we go, it is getting called. Yeah. Unless he has a defensive hit. So really, I just need to bump it up. It's a little low. So we said 10. You haven't seen this environment yet? Well, this is, let me show you. So this is the new environment that I'm working on. It's just a work in progress. So the background, I did all the blocking for it. So basically I just kind of did a light sketch of the background. It doesn't have any detail yet. So it's just kind of like very basic shapes and coloring. So there will be more detail to come. And it's just a matter of getting around to it. So they are getting pushed back. It's just not super aggressive at the moment. Perhaps I should increase it still, because I want it to be like a satisfying push. The only thing that's different, the only time they won't get pushed back is if they're doing it actually, if they actually roll a defensive posture, then they'll stand their ground and take the hit, but they'll stop every time. All right, rank 3 with 20 pushback. Yeah, it's like the background right now is going to be a little underwhelming because I just, it's just doesn't have any details yet. So more to come, more to come. Ooh, love seeing the waterfall. Yeah. We'll bring the waterfall back inside the game soon. Soonish. As soon as I get the, everything up to stuff again. Why did I have to rework it again? I hope you're doing good over there. on YouTube. Also, sorry for the massive delay on YouTube. It's like always really slow. From what I can tell, because that's since I'm like simulcasting on both Twitch and YouTube, the YouTube feed I think is a little bit slower. So the actual, yeah, the pushback's okay. Honestly, I kind of want it to be a little more aggressive. And it sometimes seems like the saw blade isn't actually making contact. Why is that the case? Is it just my imagination? Am I just going insane? Yeah, this is, I think that's a big thing that was missing before with the saw blade is not, without the pushback, and then also like having the saw blade not be on the proper Y coordinate, that combined was like creating like a weird situation. So the only thing weird at this point now is when I have like a barricade and it's just like cutting through the barricade, like overlapping on top of the barricade. That's probably the only like oddity. Man, I'm so tired. I need to stop and eat a burrito. It actually looks like it goes in front of the barricade a lot of the time. But like right there, that's where it's just like totally overlapping it. It's kind of like whatever. The alternative, of course, having it like interact directly with the barricade. But if I did that, the downside would be it would only go as far as whatever barricade you've built, which was my initial thought when I was creating it, that if I leave it out, if I just let it go through the barricade like that, then it can go its full range, which is more useful. But I also like the idea that like when you utilize a certain arcana, it may have consequences for other arcanas. So maybe having it, since it is like a decent pushback on the enemies, maybe it should only go as far as whatever current barricade you have. It's little things like that that I think is what's going to make the game interesting. Because like you have to adapt, like, because right now, since basically all the arcanas that I've designed so far, they all work autonomously. They don't really interact with each other. And by making them have like certain interactions with certain types, you know, like the saw blade could always like have the same interaction with defensive arcana. So if it's like basically any form of wall, it would then like jump into the wall, and I could like create like an animation of it like coming through the wall, like animating like as if it's part of the wall, and it's like an animation that could be recycled with whatever. And if I were to do that sort of approach, yeah, I mean, it would just be kind of interesting, because then you would think, well, if I have a barricade, then the saw blade, like, I think one of the reasons why I didn't want to do it was because the saw blade can only hit ground units. So like if you had like a tree like this that was entirely saw blades, and you're gonna have flying units come in, and currently right now it's just like all orcs. I don't have any dragons, but it's like, so it's already restricted to only purely ground. And if I were to put in the barricade, like it would only go as far, the range would be stunted by like whatever barricade you put up. Then it's just like adding insult to injury. So I think if you kind of like nerf a power like that, you would want to make sure that it's really powerful, so that when things do come into range, it like can whoop some ass. Sounds like you were cooking, to be honest. I'm making some good progress for sure. I think the saw blade has certainly come a lot farther, and I like where it's at. I think adding the barricade block, like what it would ensure is that like the barricade would for sure be like suddenly have offensive capabilities because the saw blades would become part of it. But I could also make it so that it isn't restricted by like the most inside barricade, that it would pick the most outside barricade. So if you put a barricade on like the third, you know, it would go all the way out to that one, skipping the one in the middle. But then again, I don't know. I kind of like having like there's like certain karmic effects. I just feel like if I do too much though to like if I make an Arcana too complicated, which I'm already like, the saw blade's already the most complicated one so far because of how much like different animation and its sprite sheet's the most elaborate, that like if I approach it by like putting too many kind of restrictions and like consequences to it, people are gonna like probably not gonna want to use it as much unless I give them a reason, like a specific reason. What's up, Kindix? Been a while. The game looks great. New background. Kindix, yes, the new background is a work in progress. There's no detail in it yet. It's just blocked out. I like have to keep reiterating that because I'm not like stoked about, it's just not detailed at all yet. It's just very lightly kind of roughed out and sketched so that compositionally and color wise it's kind of there, but there's no, like, there's actually zero detail, but it's coming. You think it would be cool if they rolled over the barricades? So you're saying, you suggest that it like actually interacts with the barricades, or if it just like ignores the barricades altogether and just goes completely through. I mean, right now it's just ignoring the barricades. The saw blades just do what they do at their max range, and it doesn't give any shits, which I think is kind of a decent thing considering that it can't hit air units. So might as well let it like maximize its range. I draw Arcanas like from a deck. Each one of these powers is I call them all Arcanas. So everything that's on a node is an Arcana. So this barricade is an Arcana. This saw, steel tooth saw, Arcana. So everything on these menus is an Arcana. So we got barricade, Piranhas, steel trap. Basically, they're all just like magic spells that you cast on the node, and they work as like towers. I think in a traditional tower defense game, people would be calling them towers, but considering that this game is all like one tower, it's not like the tower that you're building, it's the defenses on the tower that you're building. And I call them arcanas because it's all magic based. It's like the, you know, we got like the spell book. Oh my God. Why is the grimoire launching that menu? What the actual fuck is going on? Wow. Glitch.
Come on.
Actual glitch. I'm actually like going to be stripping away the grimoire out of the level. You're not going to be able to look at the grimoire at all inside the level. That's going to be on its own. You have to like basically thumb through the grimoire before you go into the level to pick the arcana that you want. And when you modify, you like pick and choose the arcana, you're constructing these mini menus. So you can pick like up to 6, and you can have as little as 1 if you want. So there is the 6 on the tree menu, and then there is the 6 that you can put on the ground menus, or the ground nodes rather. And the node menus is like, so that can change. So like for instance, you open the grimoire and you remove, this shouldn't be open. I don't know why that's doing that. So basically now it's like the Piranhas is gone. And so it's like you'd be picking the different arcanas that you want based on like how you want to play the game. And you can't do it during the level. It's all like, you know, outside. Nads, thank you for the follow. Sorry for the late reply there. You were just curious if it was an element of chance with which arcana you can get on the run, but I see now. So yeah, basically you have to decide what arcanas you want going into a level. And you don't get to know like what type of weather there's going to be, which will affect the level and like affect certain arcanas. And you're not going to know, like, at least the first time you're playing through, like what enemy types are going to be like in that area. So you're going to have to kind of guess. And if your arcanas are like not as effective and you lose because of that, then you can come through again, like, and pick, you know, a better set of arcanas that help you. I've also decided that I'm going to make it so that if enemies actually destroy one of your arcanas, so like if that orc actually like destroyed the wall, the enemies who destroy, or at least are a part of like the group that destroys the arcanas, they're going to level up and they're going to become more powerful. So they're actually leveling when they destroy you. So not only are you weakened, they're becoming more powerful. I'm trying to find ways to make this like more difficult without getting too complicated with it. But let's see, because you're going to mention how in Vampire Survivors and its clones, the weapons, if you draw enough of the same type of one weapon in a run, there's like a capstone upgrade that is not just a final increment upgrade, but transforms it in a unique way. Well, so like in Vampire Survivors, you're running around and you're collecting little experience points, and as soon as you hit your max experience, you get like a selection of abilities, right? And so in my game, you see that little purple bar at the base of the game? That's your experience bar. And as soon as that caps, boom, you're going to be dealt 3 cards. So I'm kind of doing a similar thing, except what's different is I'm presenting it as like a deck builder situation. So you're going to be dealt 3 cards from the deck that you've unlocked up to that point. And these, you know, those are going to be like your AoEs, buffs, debuffs, whatever. And so it's not going to be like arcanas that you're unlocking per se. It's going to be extra powers, extra ways to kind of like, maybe like you have a temporary haste, or maybe you like have increased damage for a short period of time, or maybe you're just dropping like a big AoE spell that you're doing a lot of damage, or like that's like life tap where you drain like HP from like all the enemies on the field and replenish, you know, HP of your arcanas. So I'm going to have a little bit of the same RNG element as Vampire Survivors, but like ultimately that's just kind of like extra, where the main thing you're doing is you're building up your arsenal of weapons on the nodes, and then you have to maintain them, make sure that once they take damage, you got to make sure they get healed, like just basically repairing everything. My healing spell is called Regrowth. So like you're basically like, you know, regrow. It's like the druid spell from World of Warcraft. And basically your arcanas are they're your weaponry, but they're also your armor. And if they break through, they overwhelm your stuff, and they hit the tree directly, whether on the left or the right side, you're dead. So you have to be maintaining like and upgrading your armor, and you're just going to be at the beginning of the level. I'm just going to give you enough money to build like 1 or 2 arcanas. Or, you know, I don't know exactly what the balance will be yet, but like just enough to kind of build a few arcanas, maybe like build 1 and upgrade it, but that's it. And then like as you kill dudes, you're earning more money. And so then once the money starts flowing, then you're using that to like upgrade. And I think I'm going to make the heals also cost money, but it's like a lot cheaper. And that's going to be part of the balancing. I don't know what the whole pricing is going to be. But like as you're killing dudes, you're earning money, and you're also earning experience. So you are using the currency to upgrade, heal, maintain and build up your defenses. And then as you kill dudes, you're earning more money to do so, as well as earning cards which will help you additionally. Thanks, Credo, for the good vibes. So yeah, it looks like we got the pushback working for the saw blade, and I got it so that it is on the same, or like it's basically the Y coordinate is set to match the enemy. And the only thing that I really have to do at this point is get the tooltip on this top menu to no longer bleed off the page after since I made this adjustment, and you know, I made the node go so high, so the tooltip isn't built to recognize that scenario yet. So I just have to fix that, and then I will basically, functionality wise, be caught up. I think I got everything. And then I can just, over the weekend, I can just focus on painting out the rest of the background. And so that on Monday, when I return, I will be able to I don't know. I'll be doing stuff. I'll be doing something. I need to finish the splash art, and I need to finish that background. I really was hoping to get the app, the Steam page, live this next week. I was hoping to get it done before the end of the year, before the end of this month. And so it's that crunch time to try to bring it all together. And of course, right when I want to do this, like right when I really wanted to drive this goal home, I decided to revamp the background. So I'm like, I just felt like it was crucial. You know, like when you have the pressure of like, you want to start putting something out there and you just, for whatever reason, you just get it up your ass that you just want it to be like as good as possible. And so like, it's that like last minute pressure that is making me realize things need to be a little bit better than it was. And so that's why I'm redoing the background and stuff. Cause I want it to be good. But this has to be it. I need to move on to the other backgrounds. There's 3 other backgrounds I have to do. So I can't forever be redoing the spring level background. It's insane. I'm sure it'll be worth it, man. Well, I like this. What I like about this approach in terms of like the look of this background is it's more dark fantasy. I like that the tree is bigger and the nodes are farther apart vertically so that I can expand the arcana to be even larger as I upgrade them up to rank 6. So that was a necessity. I actually had to do that. And I didn't even realize that. I mean, I knew that I was going to have, I was considering like alternatives to that, like, you know, instead of size, I would do something else for the upgrades, but I'm going back. It should be size. I mean, visually there can be changes, but you can't really add a lot of detail till you have like bigger sprites. And now I'm going to get like slightly bigger sprites, and it's going to allow for like more elaborate upgrades. It also is creating just a lot more space. I wanted more of a redwood forest, and just there's a whole laundry list of reasons why I just wanted to make this change, and why it needed to happen. So it's the path that had to be walked. I just didn't plan for it and didn't know that it was coming until I knew it had to be done. So it's, you know, it's insane. It's insane that I've been working on this for 12 months, and you know, there's a lot of elements here that I'm able to play with. There's a lot of stuff that there's a lot that I've gotten done. So I always have to like remember and have gratitude for how far I have come. And I was always going to make these changes. I was always going to do these backpedaling like I did. And like, this was always the path. I just didn't know it till I knew it, you know? What's up, Pippo? How long do I think it'll take? I'm expecting, I'm hoping another 6 months, and it'll all be at that point really cooking. And I hope at that point, after 6 months, that I'm just like fixing bugs and focused on marketing. Because I'm still right now piecing together the game loop, the initial game loop. And once I have like that architecture in there and the main thing together, then I think it's like, Zora, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Once I have that initial game loop, basically like the demo, you know, the initial demo, which I'm hoping to have in the next few months, the next month or two, I think the rest of the content will just flow in, because I just have to create like new enemy types at that point, new arcanas. and then it's like the special animations, but that'll be it. Once I get through like the backgrounds and kind of like the initial like dialogue system, I still got to get built. So there's like still like systems that aren't even fully built yet. But yeah, I'm really hoping 6 months. I really don't want to go longer, and we'll see. It just depends on how much like I rework shit. Like I'm doing with this background. I've like redone this background like 50 times, and each time I keep stuff, and stuff like evolves, but I'm really hoping this is the last time, and I just focus on new levels, you know. On the topic of Vampire Survivor, have you thought about the upper bound on how many enemies can be on screen? I haven't really thought about it. Because I mean, when you play Bloons, I think one of the selling points of Bloons Tower Defense is how much chaotic scenarios they have. Like you can literally have just ridiculous amounts of towers and bullets and everything flying, and it looks super chaotic and fun. And I think that would be nice to have that capability, but I think my game is not. Mine is actually focused on maintenance of the towers. And Bloons, it's like I think you upgrade and like you kind of fix things up, but once like the wave is like running, you're just kind of like watching. You sit back and watch. Where this one, it's like if I do nothing, then you know, like you got to sit and drop some heals, or you got to like, oh, you got enough money, do an upgrade. And then like at the same time you'll be dealt cards, then you have to be picking your card and then decide when you want to play those cards and decide whether or not you want to be like focusing fire from left to right. And there's going to be some other stuff that I'm kind of keeping under wraps that I want you to be also doing. So it's like, hopefully I'll be able to keep you busy, but like in an interesting way. %, yeah, seems like it's going to be way less idle than Bloons. Yeah, I hope that's a good thing. Because I know Bloons is like, it's very casual. But the thing is like, to make a game casual, all you got to do is set the difficulties. Like if I made this super easy so that you could just like use like one set of Arcana that you didn't even have to upgrade to win, there you go. Then you can just kind of experience the game, the storyline, unlock Arcanas, and it'd be like up to you how you want to play the game. But if you want an actual challenge, that's going to be the interesting part for me as the game dev, is like trying to make the game like impossible. So I think I want to really push the upper limit. I would love to like have just like the max amount of enemies. The thing about it is when there's just like, say you have like 10 enemies, they like hit with the force of like all at once. So like Arcanas just instantly evaporate. So there's an upper limit basically, so that if there is a certain volume that's too much, they will just melt through everything and everything will be destroyed. Like case in point, I'm just gonna let some of these orcs come up on me. Just let them build up for a second. Like if you play games like Kingdom Rush, that's another big influence for me in terms of like what I think is a very nice casual experience for tower defense, but still has like some challenge to it. I don't know. I guess you get to like initially plan your layout for your map, and then, you know, like where your towers are going to be. And then as you're killing dudes, you're trying to upgrade and hope that your strategy works, so that like once the level's like fully underway, you find out fast like how well you're going to do. And it's always a matter of like just a few enemies slipping through, and all you got to do is like only miss like 20 enemies or something. If they like, it's probably even less than that, and then it's like game over. Like basically you have to kill everything up to like, you know, maybe 10 overflow. That's okay, that you can like not get through. But so let's assume that like, so if you have just a ton of enemies that you haven't been doing anything, and then boom, I'm going to try to build something right now. Let's build a sword. So we build a sword, boom, it's gone. And that's just this. These are just orc grunts. These got little guys. So like once you have too many enemies, they're just like, they hit. They're too powerful. And the more you like add, the bigger and bigger the hit gets. You know, it's like the bigger the boss gets. So like, just melt. And these are grunts, okay? If you add in some trolls, some dragons, and some stormcasters, it would be even faster. Because their damage is like way higher than the grunt. So you see my point? Like, if I just had like 1,000 enemies coming in, you wouldn't stand a chance unless there was like, you know, you had like uniquely powerful build for whatever reason. Do the orcs spawn on an individual file? Wait, what do you mean? They spawn as they spawn. I just created 2 waves. On the right wave, there's 50, and on the left wave, there's 50. So overall, there's 100 orcs. But since I put them both into just 2 separate waves, one wave of 50, another wave of 50, it timed them out. It spread them out so that they're dispersed like, so they're never like on top of each other. You know, like they don't all come out at the same time. I guess these 2 guys came out at the same time. I don't think I would normally design a level to have like a bunch of the same enemy units at the same time, but maybe in some cases I would. I don't know. You were worried my game would be too easy. I released it without anyone playtesting. Bad idea, by the way. And it turned out to be pretty difficult, but the game being difficult was positive feedback for the most part. Yeah, like I think that's, to me, making the game difficult but like satisfying is the trick. That's the part that's trick. Like it should be like difficult, but there should be a learning curve that's satisfying. And so that's what I'm hoping I'm able to bring together. That's what I'm most worried about. That's what I want just to come to fruition most of all, is for it to just be satisfying to play the game. And that there isn't just like kind of useless garbage. But I think that's kind of the risk you take when you build like a bunch of arcanas. Like I have like all these different powers, and it's like some of them are going to be less useful than others. And what I want to try to avoid is people building just all the same thing all the time. So like people that are thinking, oh, like I'm just going to build a bunch of swords and that's all they ever do. But Like, I want to make it so that each arcana is fun in its own right. If you want to play with all swords, you can. And if that's like what you want to do, then that's what you want to do. But I don't want you to use only all swords because the other arcanas suck, basically. Is like, I want you to be able to like play any way you want and it all works, but it's all like different. Is the idea. No, the tree. I know he's effed. At this point, there is too many enemies that I can't even build anything. Not to mention that the tree actually only has like 2 hit points. Maybe 3, I haven't decided. But basically it's like once there's all the arcana are gone and they hit the tree directly, even if you have like a ground arcana here, and like say you have arcana on the left side, but the right side is all bare, if they hit that side directly twice, you're gone. So they just have to break through on one side, basically. We did a lot of cool stuff today. File as in a horizontal line that they walk on. Yeah, they have 6 lanes that they walk down. Here's a hack for oh, the range isn't quite there yet. Like, here's the steel trap, which looks like it's one-shotting the orcs. Holy shit. 123 crit. The trap used to be close enough. I used to have the nodes close enough so that I could actually like hurt the orcs on the inside, but this is starting to look insane with the I think we're getting close to 100 orcs here. What's up, Chapel? Been lurking, but I hope you're taking breaks, dude. I need to probably stop stream soon. I think it's been a long day. And I got like an insane amount of good stuff done. Why don't we go over what we got done today? In that case, you could have a finite number of spots where they can hit the tree and some logic for them to wait around and move to those spots. You know what I like about that idea we leave is that like they wouldn't necessarily stack on top of each other, you know, because like there's only so many lanes and eventually like enemies start to overlap and you start to like lose touch with how many enemies there truly are. Like right now, this is probably like 60 enemies, but it's hard to tell that that's like 60, you know? Ooh. Wow, this trap is like super high powered. It's a little too powerful. I mean, the game seems to run fine with maximum amount. We could change the enemy type, try to blow it up. Let's see. $50 Stormcasters and 50 Dragon Riders. This is gonna look horrendous. Also, the Stormcasters are extremely powerful and have like very high HP. So honestly, even if I maxed out the Arcana, I'm pretty sure that I would be destroyed. Oh shit, if that's the side with the dragons, probably the left side. So we want to go all range on this side. Look at the old ladies, dude. Must recharge with pizza bucket. Looking at your pixel art is like looking at pixel art. The animations are so good. Thanks, man. Wait, sorry, I read that totally wrong. Looking at your pixel art is like looking at pixel art. No, looking at your pixel art is like looking, is like not looking at pixel art. I appreciate that. So the dragons aren't doing so well, except they are kind of breaking through. I'm not like maintaining these though. As soon as these stormcasters actually get close enough, it's over. Looks like the dragons are being held at bay, actually. There's too many stormcasters. Just feels fresh. Thank you, man. The background is definitely it's not done. I just started it yesterday actually, and it doesn't have any details yet, so it's going to be way better. All right, you dirty, filthy, disgusting stormcasters. Get owned by some range. So the thing about the stormcasters is they're like slow and like limpy with their little cane. The trick is with them is I'm going to try to mix them in with like other enemy types. And try to just like sneak them in. I might have to like speed them up a little bit because they're a little bit slow. And that might make them a little too easy to kill. Oh shit. The dragons are on top of us. All right, time to pull out some thorn blades. Is it starting to slow down? Ooh, let's heal this one. Get some heals in there. When you upgrade an Arcana, it immediately heals it. But you're kind of screwed when you're maxed out on when you're like the highest rank, you don't really get any free heals anymore from the upgrade. So the point is, like, when I create levels, it's definitely going to be like all about creating a mix of enemy types, you know, like create a healthy challenge of different the different types of enemies that you have to adapt to. It's not going to be just like you're always fighting one enemy type over and over. But it also might be fun to like have like survival levels where there is just massive waves that are a bunch of repeated enemies like this. Because it could help you really like learn about the individual enemies and like their strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, the Stormcasters I was expecting to be a little bit more difficult, but at the same time, like, they're so slow that like that's their caveat, you know. How do you adapt to different enemy types? It just it's a matter of becoming familiar with what the Arcanas are capable of, and really just seeing what how they affect the enemies. Like for instance, the saw blade is a ground only arcana. So the saw blade can't do anything against the flying units. But the saw blade is useful when you have ground units mixed in with flying units. You can focus fire on flying units while the saw blade will only target ground units automatically. Whatever first available ground unit there is, it'll just be like working passively. Because I decided that, like, oh shit, now that they've caught up, it's over. Like if I try to add a weapon now, let's see. This is like not even nearly as many orc grunts as there were, and like you can see how quickly and how powerful they are. There's just like no time. They can't even get attacks off. They're just too powerful. Too many dragons. Yep. That's what happens when you get overpowered. And I'm not even done putting enemy types in. This is just as far as I've gotten so far. We have the four enemy types so far. We've got the orc. We've got the troll, the giant troll. So the orc grunt, the giant troll, the stormcaster, and the dragon rider, who is just a lady who rides a dragon and throws spears at you. There will be dragons that actually like spit fire, but the dragon riders, it's like more like those dragons are just like glorified horses, you know. But they add like a lot of armor to the you know, they do their thing. They do their thing. Have you considered having like synergistic elements between the attacks you have? Synergistic elements between the attacks you have. Synergistic. What do you mean? Synergistic how? I think I'm going to start looking for someone to raid, guys. I think I'm tired and I need to take the long fart. Want to eat a burrito. And I'm really just so excited about the game right now. Like, it's why it was easy for me to just work endlessly today. I'm just so stoked that I got caught up. But the next big focus is getting into this artwork and really just cracking deep into this this piece. The only thing I've done so far is this bush. I'm thinking that's how I'm going to be doing the bushes, more or less. And I got some of these trees kind of started, but they're not even connected to anything. They're just kind of random. The essence of tree. Of course, we have Blinky here. Blinky will never change. Blinky's done. Blinky will always be perfect. Thanks for chill stream. Go get that tasty burrito. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's like a breakfast sausage burrito. And yeah, I'm really excited. Like, this is just like a really basic pass on the background. There's no detail. So we're going to put in like all this same sort of kind of bark texture on all the trees. And there's different types of trees, different colors of bark now. And as they go into the background, they become more kind of gray and like foggy. And then there's going to be a lot of hanging branches that I have to draw and adding like a lot more depth and detail to the leaves themselves, as well as like there'll be like the branches with hanging branches, blah, blah, blah. I like these little baby trees. They really kind of hit different. and putting more particles on the dirt, and of course rendering out the bushes. Get a little more bush detail. Get that nice foggy forest. Yeah, Pipach, I wish I understood what you meant by synergistic elements. I don't... I'm too tired to come to my own conclusion on that one. The glowing eyes! Will they blink? I don't know. Is that why he's called Blinky? His nickname is Blinky. Who's in the tree? It's Blinky. That's just Blinky. The whole tree, his name is Blinky. There's some sort of beast inside, living inside, and all they do is they just watch. Their little red eyes. What secrets does Blinky keep? What secrets, indeed. Oh, Pip, thanks for replying. I'm always open to like ideas, feedback, whatever. Despite having literally like thousands of to-dos and ideas that I'll doubt I'll even get to ever. When you mentioned that attacks might have special things they do better, I just thought that perhaps some might work better paired with each other. Oh, yeah. So yeah, that's actually one thing I was talking about today a lot is I was considering it might be time to start bringing the Arcanists together. Basically, they start to interact with each other. Like, for instance, what I was considering was for the first interaction, and this is not exactly like a boost up. In a way, it kind of is, but like it kind of isn't at the same time. So like when you have a barricade and then you have a saw blade, the saw blade normally can go its normal range. So as soon as the Stormcaster comes into range, the saw blade will go all the way through and it'll go straight through the barricade. But I'm thinking one of the interactions, the first interactions I'm considering is a saw blade when there's a barricade will only go up to the barricade and then like stick into the barricade. So instead of going all the way up to the Stormcaster, it would only go as far as the barricade. But it would be like part of the barricade. So it would like possibly add like maybe some extra armor and basically turn the barricade into more of a DPS. And so it's kind of a nerf because it's limiting the range on the saw blade. So it would make you think, well, I don't want to put like the barricade and a Piranhas like this, because the Piranhas is pretty like delicate. And so what I would do is like, let's put the barricade out here and then let's put the Piranhas on the inside so that he gets protected. And then the saw blade at this point would only come up to that barricade and be part of that. But of course there's too many of these damn witches. So it's a kind of a bad thing to show example, but that's like the barricade protecting Piranhas, for instance, that's already a synergy. But I haven't really gotten super in depth with it yet. And the barricade and the saw blade is like the first thing that I thought would be like just a direct relationship. But yeah, there needs to be more interaction because I think that's what's going to create those little like interesting strategies that people can do. Like for instance, at least with the saw blade, this just attacks like the initial whoever comes up first. But if you with the saw blade, if you select a unit that's further in the back, and this doesn't work perfectly right now, but you can see it hits this enemy and also all the enemies in between. So now the saw blade has like a little bit more, like it's doing more damage because you're manually selecting a target in back. And so you have to be conscious of like selecting a target in the back and hope that you're not getting attacked by flying units at the time. So through manual like attention, you can be like increasing your damage. And yeah, like I want to increase kind of the capabilities and like the little things like that. And I think it's just, I need to really just brainstorm and keep trying to build that stuff in. Because currently I'm just trying to get like the basic Arcana built. It's the initial goal, you know? His name is Blinks. It's Blinky. It's Blinky. Blinky the tree. If I ever had a plushie for the game, it'd probably be of Blinky the tree. The Blinks. Well, I'm going to look for someone to raid, guys. And I'll tell you why. It's because I've been streaming for 11 hours and 38 minutes. And I'm so sorry that I haven't been streaming at nighttime like I usually do. And I will be getting back to that time schedule in time. But I basically live like 26 to 28 hour days where my sleep schedule is constantly pushed forward. And so naturally lately, this past week or so, I've just been living during the day like a normal person. And I'll be slowly getting back to like a night schedule. And then I will be abandoning it again as I go through another cycle. It's just the way it is. I just go until I drop, and usually it's like pretty long days. But it's crunch time. I really, maybe this week I can get the Steam app live and into the approval process. I don't know. But I'm going to try. I'm really going to try. Because I'd love to have that done this year, you know, like, and then next year, the start of next year will just be, and you know, I just mean like the next month, the next 2 months, all I'll be focused on is getting the demo running, and then we can start getting some play testing going, and then I can start working on getting these different strategies and stuff like working, and getting people's feedback on how to make the game more interesting, and also learn whether or not the game is busted. There's already some stuff that I gotta fix about the game. I feel like the targeting's intermittent fails, and it also seems like the saw blade was the like when it would select a target from far away, the in-between targets wouldn't always get hit. So that was already problematic. And what else? We already fixed the Piranhas. Piranhas used to only, they would do like melee close range attack on like a flying unit, so I just fixed that, so now they're just only doing range. And oh yeah, the Grimoire has that weird Grimoire menu bug, so I kind of have to do some debugging. I try to keep up with it so that if I find anything, I just knock it out before it becomes or it grows into a monster down the line. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna raid Fractal. Let's see. Good luck with your page. Thank you, Pip. Yeah, like I'm so close. I have a lot of stuff, but I need a little bit more. Getting closer. For instance, the quintessential water and electric combination. Come to think of it, I don't have any electric arcanas, I don't think. Or do I? I do have a frost category, like a frost school of magic. But I like where your head's at. I for sure was going to have like specials that were electric. So yeah, I could see like, yeah, I like where your head's at. Cause like combining stuff to make them like plus ultra, I think is sick. You know, like that could be super sick. Like for instance, say you have, you get from the deck, you're dealt a card that is like an AoE lightning strike, you know, like everything on it gets like struck by lightning, and like you have like frost arcana, and so like you make everything like for every enemy that is like frozen at the time of like the AoE, they get like, you know, added damage, or maybe perhaps it could be like if you soak them in water, you know, somehow, like maybe you splash them with water. It's harmless unless it's in tandem with the lightning strike, or like if it's raining, because I do want to have weather effects that affect things. If it's raining and you do like a lightning strike, then it could be like extra potent. That's for sure. I want like added stuff like that kind of like brings more juice to the situation, that ask of you to be more present in the game, to be like, okay, what's going on? What can I do to like maybe do a little bit more, little extra here? You got up to take a leak and you're going? Shader, I thought you went to bed. Yeah, I'm getting ready to go. I got someone I'm going to raid in a second. Just get caught up in chat real quick. You're on your 6 a.m. era of the cycle right now. So you get it. Yeah, like I've been like doing kind of the 6 a.m. thing myself too. Except it's always wildly different. I'm like never really know exactly when I'm going to be up. It's weird. But yeah, thank you for the good luck. What about Whitechapel? Oh, he's live. Yeah, I guess I could do Whitechapel. Let's see. I bet it's going to feel far away until you get to the phase where you're polishing stuff, working on balancing. Yeah, I'm excited to get to that point, but the balancing won't really occur until the functionality's there, right? So like the priority now is to just make stuff kind of work. So it's like getting the arcanas to just interact with each other a little bit, I think is a good thing. But before I get to that point, I need to get the basic, like the initial power of the arcanas working. So it's like the saw blade, now that it's just kind of doing its thing and it's like a relative polish, now I can think about how is it going to interact with other things. But like I still got to do Dragonfire. That's one thing we're going to be working on relatively soon. And that one I just have to get working initially. And then we can worry about like, you know, how it combines with things. 12 hours, bro. You are not beating the pirate software allegation. Wait, what? Gosh dang, 12 hours, bro. You are not beating the pirate software allegations. What are the pirate software allegations? What do you mean? What does it mean? I'm pretty sure pirate software streams 12 hours every single time he sits down to stream. And he also talks about how he like chronically only sleeps like 4 to 5 hours. And he just has to be working all the time, or just enjoys it so much that that's just what he does. And you bet the last phase won't take nearly as long. I agree too, that once I'm like just adding new enemy types and just more storyline, it's just going to be more polish, and it's going to be probably just like wrangling bugs at that point. And with my spaghetti style programming, with my procedural mess, there's always probably going to be some buggy issues. And the goal is to get it play tested enough and to abuse the shit out of the program enough to really find all of the unfun bugs, you know, and just make sure that everything is stable as hell and just feels good. Looks to me like you have a lot of fun stuff in there for a demo to put the overall game play together. That's going to be the next goal, is just to get the like initial game loop working. So initially your deck is only going to be 4 cards. And that's it, because that's all I'm going to build. I think for the demo, I actually might make like only 2 cards work. And then like, that's it. But you know, the plan is to have hopefully a lot more, have like a full deck of stuff. But like, we got to be realistic here. There's only like so much stuff I can actually get done within a set amount of time. And it would be better to get the playtesting started with kind of like a more bare bones game loop. But it's got to be like a full-fledged game loop. It's got to have the deck building element. It's got to have some of the Arcana interactivity, and it's got to have the dialogue system, some of the story started. And I also have to get like the title screen and the settings stuff in, because it would be good to start like dealing with that. And then also localization infrastructure is already in play, and it would be nice to get some translation started as well to get people to start giving me feedback on translations. But obviously the more that I can put in there, the better. But I would rather do more quality stuff than just more quantity stuff. Basically a joke that every person who makes games live is just a Pirate Software clone. Yeah, I don't really watch a lot of Pirate Software. I've seen his shorts from time to time, and his game Heartbound I don't think we're really the same type of game dev. But you know, he's an interesting guy. He's really doing well as a streamer, and I think he's been doing well as a game dev as well because of it. So we'll see what happens. I'm hoping that I'm able to just make a livable wage here. I'm not looking to hit Pirate Software level of success, because honestly, I'll be honest with you, to have as much attention as Pirate Software has on me every time I went live would be frankly, it'd be very scary, like, because he's just constantly dealing with like just a massive percentage of the internet just trying to hack his computer and to scam his systems and like all this fucking shit that he has to deal with constantly. That's why he pays his mods like full time. They're just like full-time employees dealing with this shit. I'm like, I'd rather just be kind of a nobody and just like hopefully have enough attention to make some money so that I can keep doing this, you know, making games. But like, I don't want to be like massive. That would be like not good. It would make me less likely to like be showing all the stuff that I'm doing, you know. I'd be more covert and protective of things. In your engine, you were putting down basic platform stuff before it rendered a frame, and it felt endless. And then one of the annoying roadblocks got tackled and it ended. Well, dude, congrats on making progress. You always got to be grateful for the little pixel blocks of progress that you've made, you know? Can't wait 12 minutes. 11. Wait, how many minutes? Are we almost like at 12? Is that what you're referencing? Should we wait till we hit 12 hours? I might as well. I got 8 minutes. So I've been rewatching One Punch Man. One Punch Man is sick. I love the first season. I already devoured the first season. And I've already watched it like a bunch of times in the past. I just felt like it was time to rewatch. And I'm in the OVAs, which are really good. I'm gonna stick it out. I'm gonna watch season 2 again. It's like the law of diminishing returns. Like the further you watch into One Punch, the worse it gets. But I think the biggest thing that sucks is like the second season, obviously the change in animation quality is a big deal, but it also feels like it just gets away from like One Punch Man. It starts to get into all the side characters and all the filler and all the bullshit. And like it feels like One Punch just kind of shows up like at the last second, you know, and you're just like no longer just scratching your ass with One Punch Man anymore. Like that's like what makes it good. What's up, Twerkle? Stream ending? That's right, man. I'm sorry I'm not streaming at my normal time, which is like right now it's like I'd be just a couple hours in and I'd be going all night. But I've been doing kind of day streams while I'm having my weird day schedule and then slowly creeping back into the night schedule. So it's coming back. You're getting used to knowing what the next step is, just doing it when I finally feel well enough. And then it's off to the next step. Hell yeah, let's go. Remember that music set you did a couple months ago back? Did you capture video of that? Upload a video? It was fire, bud. Thanks, man. Oh, sorry. I keep hitting the mic today. I should do an acoustic set one of these times. You know? Feels like it'd be time to revisit, sing a little set, play some acoustic guitar. It's been a while since I've done like my folky set. Hasn't really changed. I haven't added any new material, but I have been jamming on the piano trying to write songs for the game, and I think I have a main melody, a chord for the game, set of chords I mean, and I'm just starting to get into FL Studio and try to put it together, so hopefully it pans out. Oh, don't say unit testing. I don't want to do unit testing. I hate unit testing, man. I remember when like I was first like introduced to unit testing in regards to like JavaScript sites and stuff. I was just like, ugh, this sucks. Like building a test into everything that you build. It's just like, ugh, I just like to build procedural garbage and then hope it doesn't break down, and then I just test it thoroughly. It's really inefficient, but it's fast and it's fun, and I just prefer that than something that is like guaranteed not to ever break down and just run perfectly. Like I'd rather have something that's maybe a little faulty but like done within this lifetime. I was never like super good with unit tests. Obviously, I'm not like I'm a perfectionist to an extent, and then after that extent, after that line is crossed, then I'm just like, I'm done. I'm good. Just get it done. I don't care how bad it looks. Just make it work. Get it out the door. Your Google test setup has been broken for the last 4 months. Yeah, I'm sure you can always argue for, why unit testing is supreme, and I would never argue against it. And the only thing that I would say is I don't have any time. I don't have any time. All I have time for is to make stuff work as best as I can. The biggest thing is just getting actual content into the game, getting art done, getting sprites animated, just all that stuff, you know? Like, it's the dream. Whoa, someone's doing music theory? And it's Pemi? Guys, I feel like we have to raid Pemi. Who's working on... It's like working on a MIDI situation. MIDI! Your situation is a bit more screwed with Vulkan in that regard. Maybe I don't even need him. It's the good thing about SDL. It's going to work the same everywhere. I see what you mean. Yeah, so like that's why I'm using SDL is for its cross-platform compatibility. Like having to create unique inputs to interface with different operating systems does sound a bit daunting. And I'm hoping to bypass that by my leaning on SDL2. But I would like to switch over to SDL3 when I feel comfortable with it in the next year. So that I can, you know, take that compatibility a little bit further. Because you know that SDL3 is going to have like a little bit tighter compatibility. I just want the add-ons to be more up to snuff, because I think SDL3 is like pretty much good to go, but the add-ons, right now I'm just going to focus on SDL2 because all the add-ons are going to be locked in, and so I'm just going to stick with that for now. And then when the add-ins start